Test 1, 2. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to night number 2 of the 300 Raceway Nationals here at Farley, Iowa, part of the IHRA Pro Pulling League Fendt High Stakes Series. For those that were with us last night, we got a little bit of a late start due to Mother Nature and pulled till about 3 o'clock this morning. Those that stuck with us the entire time, we appreciate your faithfulness and being out here with us. We're going to have an awesome show tonight. We're going to be getting underway here in a little over 10 minutes with our opening ceremonies. 8 classes last night, 8 classes tonight. We are going to start out on the infield track. Mini Raj, presented by SCS Gearbox, will be the first class on the infield side. Class number 2 will be our super modified 2-wheel drive trucks. Third class, infield side, the big St. Charles Motorsports 9,500-pound limited pro stocks. Fourth class infield side will be the super modified tractors. Over here on our grandstand side, we will begin our evening with our Hot Shot Secret Super Farm tractors presented by ApexTurbo. Class number 2 will be our super stock diesel trucks presented by ARP, Automotive Racing Products. Third class of the evening, pro stock tractors presented by Lemke Motorsports. And then we will wrap up our Saturday night show on our grandstand side with our hot rod semis presented by Mack Trailer. So that's how we will do our show this evening. We appreciate you coming out. If you know someone that wanted to be here, but for some reason or another, their schedule didn't allow them to attend, they can watch the live stream for free. That's correct. They can go to YouTube and punch in the IHRA YouTube channel or the YouTube channel for the Pro Pulling League. They can also go to propulling.tv. And I also believe it's on the Facebook pages as well. So there's a number of different venues where you can access the live stream for free. So once again, we're about 10 minutes away from opening ceremonies for night number 2 of the 300 Raceway Nationals here in Farley, Iowa.
As you settle in, folks, make sure you visit the Midway and check out all of our great vendors along the Midway and get yourself some food, some great snacks. Check out the Milestone Event Center. None of this would be possible without our local sponsors: 300 Raceway, Simon's Trucking, Senpico Lubricants, Raider Implement, Dave Schmidt, Bard Materials, Ament Repair, Concrete Concepts, Eastern Iowa Pumping, Silver Customs, Harris Golf Cars, Northwestern Mutual, Simon's Cattle, MG Electric, Crossroad Trailers, Calco, Eastern Iowa Excavating, Germain Electric, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Rundy Auto Group, Tegler Towing, BJ's Truck Sales, ProFab, CJ Beeps, Pro Cattle, Lincoln Diesel Specialties, Mack Trailers, and Metal Supply Company. Again, we really appreciate everyone coming out tonight, and we look forward to getting started here shortly. So grab a great seat, plenty of seats available here. Beautiful weather tonight, and as Leroy stated, hopefully we can get started a lot earlier than we did last night. So looking forward to night number 2 here at the Fendt High Stakes Series at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa. As you're out checking out the Midway, folks, before we go full throttle on the track, make sure you check out the Full Throttle tent. They have a sampling area of their energy drinks there, and you can get amped up and ready to go tonight with Full Throttle Energy.
The Hot Shot Secret Mac Trailer and Rural King, established in 1960. Welcome to, where are we? We're Farley, Iowa, and PPL High Stakes Series. Are we there? Or do you need more talking to the talking? So, check one. Hello, hello. Am I good? Anyone? Thank you. Thank you.
Check mine. Hi, everybody. RJ Simon here. Thank everyone for coming out. We got a little special presentation here to some great friends of ours and great sponsor and great manufacturer. If it's Mac Trailer, Mike Connie, Don, Tate, James, and Tim. And these guys are great friends of ours and also sponsor this event. Every year we've had it, and we couldn't do it without them. I just want to tell you guys, they make some of the best trailers in the business. We run a lot, about 40 of their trailers now, and just super impressed. If you are ever in the need for about every vocational trailer they make. And Mike, I'll let you talk. I just really want to present to you with this nice award.
Thank you, RJ. Oh, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. We're happy to sponsor here in Farley. We're happy that the Simon family puts us on for pulling. It's a great event. We pull all over the country, and this is first class all the way here. Just happy that our sponsors are all here. PPL's here. My team, my wife Dawn, Tate, James, and Tim always to support us back there in Carlton, back to the crew. We've got a bunch of tough competition here. This high stakes is really tough. We're real honored to be able to be selected into the high stakes and pull. Tonight will be a tough night. The track is great. You guys made a heck of an event last night with weather. I've been pulling for 15 years and never seen anything like that happen. And that happens from hard work and you guys having all the equipment and working together. We build flatbeds, dump trailers, garbage trailers, straight truck bodies, and liquid. And we've been building manufacturing for 35 years, and we're glad to call the Simons family a customer. And we try to support everybody across the country and really try to support everybody, and they support us, and it's all been working real well. So I want to say good luck to all the pullers tonight, and thank you for PPL and all of our sponsors and Fendt. Real pleased to see Fendt come into here and sponsor this whole thing, and I might have to change over and not order some John Deeres now. I don't know what might happen. All right, thank you, RJ.
Thank you, Mike, and the whole team. We park next to them all summer long. They're great friends of ours, and we couldn't do it without them. And thank you, and all you fans, if you're in the need for any trailers like that, please reach out to Mac Trailer online and look them up. They're just great piece of equipment, and they'll build whatever you need.
Want to give a friendly reminder that the live streaming and or recording of IHRA Pro Pulling Series events and Fendt High Stakes Series events is strictly prohibited. Live events may not be broadcast, transmitted, reproduced, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the expressed written consent of the IHRA Pro Pulling Series. And speaking of the live streams, we do have a live stream that's free for anyone that could not make it tonight. You can go to propulling.tv, speedsport.tv. You can go to the YouTube channels for IHRA and the YouTube channels for Pro Pulling League. It's on there, and I believe it's also on our Facebook page. So a number of ways that folks at home can access our live stream. We are live now. 8 classes of pulling tonight. 4 classes on the infield side, 4 classes on the grandstand side. Infield order will be mini rods, class 1, class 2, super modified 2-wheel drive trucks. Third class, our 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors. And then class number 4 on the infield side will be our super modified tractors. Over here on our grandstand side, we will start out our evening with our super farm tractors. Class number 2 will be our super stock diesel trucks. Third class, pro stock tractors. And then our 4th class, we will wrap up the evening with our hot rod semis presented by Mac Trailer, by Mike Connie and his crew from Mac Trailer. Speaking of the live stream, if you want to re-watch the Mac Trailer Winter Nationals that Mike Connie and his company put on at Louisville, you can go to the YouTube channel and watch in its entirety the Mac Trailer Winter Nationals that happened the last Saturday night in March of 2026. Awesome event there at Louisville as part of the Mid-America Truck Show. At this time, if we could have everyone please rise for the presentation of our colors. Tonight's flags will be presented by the Dubuque County Sheriff's Honor Guard. And if you would please remain standing as we honor America with the singing of the national anthem. Tonight's anthem will be performed by Abby Pollard.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And thank you once again to the Dubuque County Sheriff's Honor Guard and Abby Pollard. Let's give them one more time a nice round of applause for getting our show underway here as we honor America, as we are preparing for our 300 Raceway Nationals. Here are session number 2 in Farley, Iowa, part of the Fendt High Stakes Series. Well, I want to give you my welcome. My name is Leroy Schluter, along with Darren Hartwell. Darren, it seems like just a few hours ago, we were here in the same spot.
We were just here a few hours ago, Leroy. We finished up about 3:10 Central Time this morning, but we are back at it. Awesome. Looks like we're going to go right to the track.
Yes, our first class over here on our grandstand side. This will be our 9,500-pound limited, this will be our Super Farm tractors. Our Hot Shots Secret Super Farm tractors presented by ApexTurbo. Our first puller, who will be our Hypermax test puller, Brad Woods with Thunderstruck. He comes to us from Jackson, Tennessee.
So our Super Farm tractors weighing at 9,300 pounds, 20-inch drawbar, 640 cubic inches. In the Pro Pulling League.
Over here on the grandstand side, the decision maker sled, Logan Thomas from out in Pennsylvania, has that Rural King wrap on it. Rural King, brand new corporate sponsor for the IHRA Pro Pulling League. They are the official farm and home store of the Pro Pulling League. Rural King is going to be giving away a tractor, a little loader tractor, bucket tractor, at the conclusion of our Fendt High Stakes Series events. It is here tonight. It is underneath the grandstand. You can win that tractor. You can go up there and scan the QR code. Scan that QR code for your chance to win that loader tractor, courtesy of Rural King, the official farm and home store of the IHRA Pro Pulling League. All right, Brad Woods, he's going to exercise his option. He is our Hypermax test puller, so he is going to exercise his option and drop to the bottom of the class. So no official distance in our Super Farm tractors. Now we go infield side with our mini rod tractors presented by SCS Gearbox. Brett Berg, Farmington, Minnesota. We will see Brett a couple times here this evening. We'll see him here in this mini rod class, and then a little bit later on in our super modified tractor class with his Ring Seed Moneymaker. He will be our Hypermax test puller with the Cash Cow. Once again, he comes to us from the land of 10,000 lakes up there in Farmington, Minnesota. 10th place finish last night. Let's see if he can improve on that here tonight. Brett Berg, Farmington, Minnesota. All right, our track officials over on our infield side. Working the start line will be Kurt Simmons. And down at the finish line, Jerry Nelson. And our track officials over here, grandstand side, Matt Tuffley. Matt Tuffley at the start line, and Mike Etzkorn working down at the finish line. So we have waiting on a determination on. They tell us Brett Berg is going to exercise his option, and he's going to drop to the bottom as well. So our Hypermax test puller on both tracks exercising their option and dropping down to the bottom of the class. There's our running order for the Super Farm tractors. Thunderstruck, Brad Woods, we saw him first, and then Thumpin' Pumpkin, Shane Maston. Never Say Never, Brett Weber. The Screaming Norwegian will be number 4, followed by Homegrown, High Maintenance, Crank It Up, Wicked Whitetail, Thunderstorm, Positive Ground, Hooked Up, Fast and Furious, the Twisted Deer, and 4th Generation. That is our order. We have a total of 14 Super Farm tractors here this evening. Coming out onto the track right now is the Thumpin' Pumpkin. This is our defending points champion from our 2025 pulling season. He comes to us from Niles, Michigan. It's an Agco Alice. Shane Maston in the Thumpin' Pumpkin. He went number 7 last night on our Friday night show. Actually, the Super Farm tractors was the very last class to pull.
They were the last ones to finish up. Now, we know ApexTurbo is a sponsor of the Super Farm class. A few years ago, I had the opportunity to visit ApexTurbo and be there for a dyno test. And just as I was leaving there, Shane Maston and his crew were coming in with the Thumpin' Pumpkin. Niles, Michigan, down in the southwest corner of Michigan, down on the Indiana border, just a few miles north of the Indiana border.
No official distance over here on the grandstand side. No official distance on the infield side as well.
Over on the infield, the SCS Gearbox mini rod tractors. We have 17 tractors. So we have Half Past Midnight, It's No Joke, Firestorm, Walk the Line, Wheatland Express, and we're going green on the grandstand track.
Well, we do have some breaking news on the infield side. They're going to reset the sled. So we are going to restart the mini rod class. So since we are restarting the mini rod class, that will mean a new test puller, which will be Tanner Nelson, Half Past Midnight. And we're going to see what we're doing over here on our grandstand side with the Thumpin' Pumpkin.
And Tanner did pull literally at midnight last night. So
yeah.
Again, Tanner Nelson with midnight will be the test puller, new test puller. Then It's No Joke, Firestorm, Walk the Line, Wheatland Express Mini, Footloose, Stress Relief, Bobcat Jr., Little Hurricane, Dirt Slinger, North American Trailer, Kansas Twister, Show No Mercy, Beast of Burden, and our final competitor will be Have No Mercy.
I believe we need a pull-off tractor for the Thumpin' Pumpkin. The laser shoots the Thumpin' Pumpkin at 97.67, but since he did not get past that 100-foot mark, he will have a second opportunity unless he suffered some catastrophic mechanical breakage. But if he does come back, he will have one opportunity and one opportunity only. All right, we are restarting, completely restarting our mini rod class because we did a sled change, not a sled change, but a sled reset. Bungart Motorsports sled with the Hot Shots secret wrap on it. Bungart Motorsports X Factor sled coming to us from Jefferson City, Missouri. Tanner Nelson, midnight. He is our defending points champion in our mini rod class presented by SCS Gearbox. He is only 17 years old. He's from Sydney, Illinois. He's a winner both on the track and off the track. He plays basketball for his high school, Unity High School, his basketball team back in March. Finished number 3. They got third place finish in the state of Illinois with the IHSA. And so PPL points champion in the mini rods and third place in the state with his basketball team. Not too bad, Darren.
No, not bad at all. I hear Sydney, Illinois is a nice area, Leroy.
Yeah, it is. All right, here we go. Tanner Nelson. Well, we saw Tanner had some issues last night. I don't know if he's still fighting the same gremlins here tonight. Hey, we got more breaking news. We're going to make another change. We're going to run the mini rods a little bit later in the evening. We're going to go to our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. How about that? Keith Long Bullseye, you will be puller number 1. He was our runner-up last night. Midnight Gambler, Jeremy Nelson, you'll be puller 2, and then puller number 3, Chad Mayhill with P5. So we're going to do a little audible here and bring our mini rods back later in the show and get the small mini rod sled off the track and bring in the large sled, the X-Factor Fendt sled from Bungart Motorsports. Whether you're working on a farm, fixing up the homestead, or just enjoying a night at the tractor pull, Rural King is here for rural families. Rural King is proud to be the official farm and home store of the Pro Pulling League. We also want to give a big shout out to Fendt and Ag Revolution. Stacy Anthony's here. He's here this weekend. He is the head of Fendt Ag Revolution. They have 12 stores scattered out throughout 4 states and 61 mobile trucks. And they are located, say, in southern Illinois, southern Indiana, the Kentucky area. And then, of course, we've got our local Fendt dealer that's out here this weekend. We have Raider Brothers and also Raider Implement. We want to give thanks to those folks. A lot of local sponsors to thank for putting on our event here, the 300 Raceway Nationals here in Farley, Iowa. Beautiful weather. We didn't have so nice weather last night. I think the first vehicle went down the track at 9:53 last night. 9:51. 9:51 was the first vehicle that went down the track, and the last one went down the track at 3:10 a.m. this morning. And beautiful weather here this evening, so we're going to have an awesome show for you for session number 2 of our 300 Raceway Nationals here in Farley.
Yeah, shout out to the track crew here at Simon's Trucking and Simon's 300 Raceway for making that all happen last night. We do appreciate that. So speaking of Simon's Trucking, they're family owned and operated since 1946. Simon's Trucking operates with pride and professionalism to provide their customers with exceptional performance. Visit simonstrucking.com to see all Simon's Trucking has to offer. Now, folks, if you're feeling a little bit tired, you know it's Saturday night, you need a boost, go visit the official energy drink of the IHRA Pro Pulling Series. Full throttle. They are down behind the grandstands. Free samples. You can get a boost and make it through this evening and have a blast out here at 300 Raceway. You can check out the Hot Shot Secret booth back there as well. Big sponsor of the IHRA Pro Pulling Series. There's merchandise back there, IHRA merchandise, bad gears back there as well. Senpico Lubricants, a longtime sponsor of Simon's Motorsports. Over 30 years of sponsorship with Simon's Motorsports. So a lot of great vendors here.
All right, so no official distance yet on our Super Farm sled, our Super Farm tractors, presented by Hot Shots Secret and ApexTurbo. Backing into the business end of the Decision Maker sled, Brett Weber. He comes to us from Fort Branch, Indiana. Beautiful 1206 Farmall called Never Say Never. Total of 14 Super Farm tractors here this weekend. All right, green flag from our track officials. Green light on the Decision Maker sled. Never say never, Brett Weber, Fort Branch, Indiana. And we will get the laser measurement on the Never Say Never, and we're bringing out the Fendt X-Factor sled from Bungart Motorsports on our infield track to get ready for our super modified 2-wheel drive trucks. Never say never. Brett Weber goes 271 and 96, 271 feet, .96. So we're getting word trackside that prior to Brett Weber's hook, made a change to the sled and restarted the class. So that would have made Brett the new option puller, the Hypermax test puller. So Brett is going to exercise his option and drop to the bottom. So once again, no official distance in our Super Farm tractors.
As we move to our two-wheel drive trucks, 18 trucks. The rundown on that: Bullseye will be up first, Midnight Gambler, P5, Playing Hooky, Rampage, Playing Dirty, Forever Hooked, Parts City Auto Parts, The Willie Make It, The Corn Burner, Midnight Revenger, Midnight Obsession, Addiction, After Hours, Two Timin', Simon Says Chevy, Midnight Chaos Reloaded, and Sweet Revenge will be your final competitor in the two-wheel drive class.
Our Hypermax test puller will be Keith Long. Keith Long, three-time points champion in our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. Points champion in 2007, 2010, and also 2015. This series has treated him good so far. We only got one night in over at West Salem, Ohio in our Dragway 42 event. He was the number 3 truck on the Friday night show, and of course we got rained out on Saturday night. And then here last night for session number 1 for the 300 Raceway Nationals, he was our runner-up. So he's gone from place number 3 to place number 2, and he wants to improve one more on that and sit on that top spot and get that $10,000 check. Did I tell you, did I mention we're giving away $80,000 tonight just to the winners? 8 classes tonight. Each winner of each class will take home a $10,000 prize money check. So something to shoot for here. Keith Long, Bullseye. He comes to us from Glasgow, Kentucky.
Minor Brothers Racing Engine powering this truck. Gonna spot that sled over here on the far right-hand side. And he is the Hypermax test puller.
Well, being the test puller, I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's probably going to turn that hook down.
Yeah, I would think so. Not the run that Keith Long is looking for out here tonight.
Another 3-time champ out on the track, the Screamin' Norwegian. They were the points champions in our Super Farm class in 2013, 2015, and 2018. Screamin' Norwegian finished number 5 last night. They had a 3rd place finish in West Salem, Ohio for night number 1 of our Fendt High Stakes Series. Sean Boyd, Cottage Grove, Wisconsin, doing the driving this evening. Keith Long is going to exercise his option, and he's going to drop to the bottom. He went 166 and change, so obviously he's going to turn that down, and he's going to come back at the bottom of the class. Let's go green. Grandstand side, the Screamin' Norwegian, Sean Boyd, Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. .261 and 54 is the distance for the Screamin' Norwegian, but I believe we may have restarted the class once again. Let's check trackside with the officials. And we can see that they are doing some weight change on the Fendt sled on the infield track, so we will restart our two-wheel drive class. So that will make Jeremy Nelson, the Midnight Gambler, the new Hypermax test puller. And we did do a sled reset on the grandstand side on our Super Farm tractor, so the Screaming Norwegian is going to exercise his option and drop to the bottom. So still no official distance here in our Hot Shot Secret Super Farm tractors presented by ApexTurbo. We'll be looking for Trip Downing next. Trip Downing, homegrown out of Jefferson, Wisconsin, on our grandstand side. Infield side, the Midnight Gambler, Jeremy Nelson, Sydney, Illinois. We saw Tanner Nelson on the mini rods. That was Jeremy's son. We have 3 generations of Nelsons here tonight. We have the grandfather, Dale Nelson. He'll be pulling in our two-wheel drive class. Dale's got 2 sons and a daughter-in-law pulling tonight. So his sons, Jeremy Nelson and Jared Nelson, will be pulling, as well as his daughter-in-law, Bethany Nelson. And Dale also has a grandson pulling, Tanner Nelson. So it's oh, yeah, Jordan's going to be pulling a mini ride, too. So all 3 Nelson boys are here. So, yeah, Jeremy and Jared in the two-wheel drive trucks and Jordan in the mini rods. It's definitely a family sport.
So we talked a lot about Hypermax Engineering, for many years based in Illinois and recently purchased by Colin Ross and Kevin Campbell and moved to Pennsylvania, Washington, PA. So Hypermax Engineering is our test puller sponsor, and great folks at Hypermax that can hook you up with all kinds of high performance parts.
Right there, the Dodge panel van from Sydney, Illinois, Midnight Gambler. Jeremy Nelson, former points champion back in 2011. And he is the Hypermax test puller, so we will see if we got the Fendt sled set. The X-Factor sled from Bungart Motorsports, and Jeremy Nelson is going to exercise his option and drop to the bottom. So no official distance in our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. Over here on our grandstand side, John Deere out of Jefferson, Wisconsin. Trip Downing and homegrown. All right, we should have an official distance now on our Super Farm side. Our Hot Shot Secret Super Farm tractors presented by ApexTurbo. That's Trip Downing out of the Badger State, Jefferson, Wisconsin, and homegrown. Two-wheel drive truck side, we'll be looking for Chad Mayhill, Reynolds, Indiana, and P5. .282 feet, .24 as we look at the replay. Going to be coming right at you on the big screen in the infield, or right into your living room if you're watching at home. Nice straight pass. Didn't get pulled to the left or right, as we can see from the drone view right there. Beautiful drone shot. Awesome production crew here for our Fendt High Stakes Series. 282 feet, .24. That will be our first, actually, official distance of the evening on either track. Trip Downing, Jefferson, Wisconsin. Super Farm side will be looking for Josh Miley, Francisco, Indiana, the high maintenance Case IH. Infield side on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks, Chad Mayhill. He was our 2021 points champion. He will have the Petro truck, the P5, the fifth Petro chassis that hit the tracks, hence the name P5.
So Josh Miley over here on the Super Farm side, a three-time national champion in 21, actually 4 times, 20, 21, 22, and 23. And your runner-up on the Champions Tour last year.
Yeah, he was on a good run right there. He had, everywhere that he went, he had a bullseye on his back since he had those 4 back-to-back championships. And then Brad Woods, Thunderstruck, knocked him off that top spot in 2024. And then, of course, we said Shane Maston, the Thumpin' Pumpkin, was our champion last year. No official distance on our infield track. We saw bullseye Keith Long, and then we reset the sled. Jeremy Nelson came out, and with the sled reset, exercised his option and dropped to the bottom. So here comes Chad Mayhill for the first measured hook on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. Chad comes to us from Reynolds, Indiana. Of course, he's the brainchild behind CM Pulling Tires, proud sponsor of the IHRA Pro Pulling League.
Number 3 in points last year.
Wow, good to see Jerry Nelson backpedaling there, our track official down there at the finish line.
As a puller, that's always a good sign when you see the flag person running backwards.
Speaking of Chad Mayhill, CM Pulling Tires, located in Reynolds, Indiana. Several years of cutting. They can handle all of your tire cutting needs at reasonable rates, with quality being the top priority. Contact Chad Mayhill, 574-297-1284, or his email is chad@HoosierPullingTires.com. And he goes 32037. 320 feet, .37. So we are now official on our super modified track. Let's go green on our Super Farm tractors. Josh Miley, Francisco, Indiana, and high maintenance. Leader pylon was sitting at 282.24, courtesy of Trip Downing and Homegrown, I believe. Looking over here, we got the front of the Rural King sled. Beyond that leader pylon, so we should have a new leader over here on our Super Farm side. All right, we have picked up that leader pylon and now sits at 291 feet, .19, courtesy of Josh Miley, 291.19. That's going to be the new mark to beat on our Super Farm sled. Switching back over to the infield side. We are official over there. 320 and 37 is where the leader pylon sits for our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. Evan Anderson, you're due up next, playing hooky. Evan Anderson comes to us from Adams, Tennessee. 2 entries here this weekend. He was our winner with his other truck in West Salem, Ohio. He has Playing Hooky and also Playing Dirty. And Playing Dirty was our $10,000 winner in West Salem, Ohio.
Yeah, the first stop on the Fendt High Stakes Series. This is stop number 2 here in Farley, Iowa. In a few weeks, we will be down in Benson, North Carolina, and then it moves back to Ohio and finishes up in Milan, Michigan.
You can also follow along on your smartphones for the live results. If you're here this evening, go to propolling.com and click on the tab on the home screen that says live results. All right, let's go live here. Evan Anderson playing hooky, Adams, Tennessee, a Chevrolet. He's down there close to that Chad Mayhill distance of 3:20 and 37. Did he get in front of the sled beyond that pylon? We will see what the laser has to say about that. While we are waiting for that distance, we'll let you know that Dan Venny's backing in the sled. This was our Friday night winner. 3:17 and 94. So about 3 feet short of that leading distance. 3:17.94 for Evan Anderson and playing hooky. All right, he rolls the chain tight. As I mentioned, he was our Friday night winner for our session number 1 of our 300 Raceway Nationals. Crank it up, Dan Venny. He comes to us from Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. He was our 2017 points champion. He's already taken home one $10,000 check. He'd like to take home another one tonight. Let's see if he can go back to back. 291.19 is our leading distance. I think we're going to move that leader pylon again, Darren.
Yes, it looks like it, Leroy. You know, he won here last night, won that big check, and looking to make it 2 in a row and sweep Farley. Great hook for Dan Venny, the IH out of Cottage Grove, Wisconsin.
.302 and 19, 302 feet, .19. So we're going to move that leader pylon 11 feet down the track. It was 291 and 19. Now it sits at 302 and 19. So Dan Venny, new leader on our Hot Shot Secret Super Farm tractors presented by ApexTurbo. Jonathan Payne, you're due up next on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. Well, just like Jonathan Payne's got 2 entries tonight, just like Evan Anderson does. We'll see Jonathan Payne now with Rampage, a Ford out of Georgetown, Indiana, and then a little bit later on another Ford for Jonathan Payne called After Hours. Went number 6 last night in session 1 with this truck. Sweet looking Ford Ranger out of the Hoosier State, Georgetown, Indiana.
This truck powered by a Sassy Racing engine, also out of the Indianapolis area in Indiana.
All right, Jonathan Payne, Rampage, Georgetown, Indiana.
Leroy, how calibrated are your eyes? Are we moving that leader cone there?
We are not. I don't think we will. Just from my look up here, I think he's going to be a little bit short. He may even be short of that second place distance. Well, I would be wrong. He is in the new number 2 man. He did not take the lead, but he did slide into the number 2 spot at 318.31. 318.31. All right, we saw Jesse Roberts driving last night. Tonight, Dad Jeremy Roberts back behind the wheel, the Wicked Whitetail. The Wicked Whitetail comes to us from Sullivan, Indiana. His son Jesse drove it to a 3rd place finish last night. Let's see what Dad can do with it tonight. I think we're building a road out there. We are going to be moving that leader pylon once again.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Leroy. It looks like, every vehicle goes a little farther, and as the sun goes down and moisture comes up in that track, it might even get even better as we move through this class.
And the new leading distance, 309.17. 309.17. Let's look at that replay on the big screen there in the infield. Jeremy takes off from the start line. Spotted that sled pretty much right in the middle. Maybe over to the left-hand side just a little bit. Works his way over to the middle. Most of these pulling teams have their own Facebook pages, social media pages. And not hard to find them. Just like Jeremy Roberts, you can go to Wicked Whitetail Pulling Team, give him a follow. Masterson Farms, the Simons, they all have their own Facebook pages, social media pages. They would love for you to give them a follow. So whoever your favorite puller is, make sure you access them on social media and help build the sport of pulling. All right, playing dirty. Evan Anderson, this truck backing in was our $10,000 winner on the Friday night show in West Salem, Ohio at the Dragway 42. He comes to us from Adams, Tennessee.
Yeah, he was the first hook over there and then had to wait out the entire class as everybody took their shot at him and everyone came up short. So Evan Anderson, 4th generation farmer, corn, wheat, and soybeans. MBR, Minor Brothers Racing, powering this Ford.
I'm not going to call that one either. He's going to be up there, maybe shaking up the top 3.
Yeah, that was a good hook. Our top 3 are all within 3 feet of each other, so very close competition over on that infield track in the 2-wheel drive class.
He will move into the number 2 spot at 319 feet, .46. 319 and 46. Chad Mayhill continues to set the bar at 320 and 37. 320.37 is the leading distance. Backing into the sled on our Super Farm side. This was our runner-up from late last night, early this morning. Michael Snepp. Michael Snepp comes to us from Franklin, Indiana, and this is the John Deere called the Thunderstorm.
A lot of strong super farms from the state of Michigan as well. And Michael, it says Franklin, Indiana. He may make his home in Michigan, actually. What is on the sheet is correct. I had some outdated information that he was from Michigan, but he is in fact from Franklin, Indiana.
Well, we've had 4 pullers in the class, and all 4 had a new leading distance. Are we going to have that with puller number 5? He needed to go in excess of 309.17 to knock Jeremy Roberts off that top spot. And how about 310.72? So 5 pullers, 5 new leads. So the new leading distance on our Super Farm track will be 310.72. Michael Snett goes number 2 last night, currently sitting in the number 1 spot here this evening. 310.72 for the Thunderstorm John Deere out of Franklin, Indiana. All right, forever hooked. Dale Nelson, Altamont, Illinois. A lot of Nelsons here this weekend. He's the grandfather, and as I mentioned, he will have 3 sons, 1 daughter-in-law, and 1 grandson pulling here this weekend. Dale comes to us from Altamont, Illinois. Forever hooked.
That is cool, you know, to have that many generations of a family all at one event, you know, enjoying the time together and getting to pull and compete. That's the cool part about truck and tractor pulling. You see a lot of 2nd and 3rd generation pullers and out here in competition, and that's just a really cool thing. Brad Anderson Hemi powering this board.
Our leader pylon on the infield side sitting at 3:20.37. That leading distance provided by Chad Mayhill, Reynolds, Indiana, with his P5.
Yeah, Chad set that mark to beat, and the 2nd place distance has changed with every hook, but they're still coming up just short of that 3:20.37 that Chad Mayhill laid down.
Forever hooked. He was hooked up. We are going to be having a new leader over on our super modified 2-wheel drive truck. I don't have to be judging that one. I don't have to check my eyesight on that one there, Darren.
No, we don't have to wait for the laser to tell we have a new leader.
Needed to go in excess of 320. How about if we just add 23 feet to that distance, shall we? 3:43.60, 3:43 and 60. The new mark to beat. Dale Nelson, forever hooked. Altamont, Illinois. As we look at the replay, I'll let you know that backed into the sled on our Super Farm side from Rio, Wisconsin, with the green flag, Chuck Ginterberg, positive ground. He was our first $10,000 winner in our Super Farm class from West Salem, Ohio. I believe Chuck's going to end up just a little bit short of that leading distance. He was our points champion back in 2019, won it on the final event of the season back then at Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri. He comes to us from Rio, Wisconsin. Positive ground, and he goes 3:01.65, 3:01.65 for Chuck Ginterberg. All right, on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks, right now, our current leader, Dale Nelson, 343 and 60, forever hooked. Next up, we're going to be looking for Parts City Auto Parts, Tony Tatum. Tony comes to us from Bardstown, Kentucky. Here's a trivia question for you, Darren. You know who the very first two-wheel drive truck points champion was? The class is 20 years old this year. The very first time we had points in our pro pulling league was 2006.
Yes, it was Lisa Tatum.
It is Lisa Tatum. She's out there backing her dad into the sled. So, yeah, if you ever want to know who the very first points champion was, end-of-season points champion for our super modified two-wheel drive trucks, that's her spotting her father back into the sled, Lisa Tatum. They come to us from Bardstown, Kentucky. Tony Tatum driving the Parts City Auto Parts. Finished number 9 last night. See if he can improve on that here this evening.
Brad Anderson power on this Chevrolet out of Kentucky.
Looks like that will move him into the number 2 spot. Nice hook right there for Tony Tatum, Bardstown, Kentucky. Beautiful Chevrolet out of the Bluegrass State.
Whether you're into tractor and sled pulling or looking to join the competitive drag racing or snowmobile circuit, ApexTurbo's dyno-tested technology delivers the power you need with many models available. ApexTurbo's innovative designs hold several U.S. and foreign patents with additional domestic and international patent spending. The team at ApexTurbo agrees they could not have done it without the relentless drive for improvement that they receive from their clients. With dedication to the craft and a winning attitude, the people at ApexTurbo are in your corner when you're looking to add power and speed when you need it most. For more information about high-performance turbos from the experts at ApexTurbo, please contact us or call us directly at 734-777-1380.
All right, the distance for Tony Tatum, 3:27 and 60. He'll move into the number 2 spot, 3:27.60 on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. And over here on our super farm tractors, Brian Barman hooked up. He comes to us from Middleton, Wisconsin. He went number 9 last night. Let's see what he can do here on our session 2 at our 300 Raceway Nationals here in Farley, Iowa. Well, we're going to be moving the leader pylon once again. He starts out middle of the track and ends up over on the left-hand side. Jeremy Roberts was Thunderstorm was our current leader. Michael Snepp at 3:10 and 72. And he goes 3:21.20. New mark to beat, 321 feet.20 for Brian Barman.
Moves that leader cone almost 11 feet over here on our Hot Shot Secret Super Farm presented by ApexTurbo. Hot Shot Secret is the #1 fastest growing automotive lubricant manufacturer in the U.S. for a reason. They engineer high quality products that actually do what they say. See the entire line of products at www.hotshotsecret.com. Products are also available nationwide at automotive retailers, farm and ag stores, truck shops, and more. And you can visit them here at 300 Raceway right here in Farley. Go see Matt Steinmetz and the crew. They are here to talk with you at the 300 Raceway.
You know, I think that maybe the secret to taking over the top spot, you got to have hooked in your tractor title or truck title. Because on our Super Farm side, our current leader is hooked up. Brian Barman at 321.20, and our current leader on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks is forever hooked, Dale Nelson, 343.60. But I tell you what, backing in the sled right now is a guy who can change all of that. We're, of course, talking about R.J. Simon. Anybody know R.J. Simon? Any R.J. Simon fans here tonight from right here in Farley? It is the Willies, called Willie Make It. He went number 5 last night with this truck. He actually went number 4 and 5 last night. He went number 4 with the Simon Says Chevy and went number 5 with the Willie Make It. Going to need to go in excess of 343 feet and change to take over that top spot. Green flag. R.J. Simon, Farley, Iowa. Willie Make It. I think he's going to find himself in the top 3, but will not be taken over. That top spot's going to end up short of that leading distance that Dale Nelson has got right now at 343.60. .42. That'll put him in the number 2 spot. 328 feet, .42. New number 2 man. 328.42 for R.J. Simon and Willie Make It. All right, backing into the sled, James Slama. James comes to us from Hillsboro, Wisconsin, and the Fast and Furious John Deere. The Slama family, of course, promoters of the Hillsboro Charity Pool. We'll talk a little bit more about that Hillsboro Charity Pool. But first, let's see this pass here. James Slama, Fast and Furious, Hillsboro, Wisconsin. All right, right there for James Slama. That Hillsboro Charity Pool. This year, it'll be August 14th and 15th in Hillsboro, Wisconsin. And it is a must-attend event sometime for you. Put that on your bucket list. And is the 7-time PPL event of the year. And this year it'll be August 14th and 15th, 2026, Hillsboro, Wisconsin. And he goes 307.96. 307.96 for James Slama. 307 feet, .96. That'll put him into the number 4 spot. Two-wheel drive truck side, we are now waiting for last night's $15,500 winner. Jason Sullivan, Edgewood, Iowa. Now you might ask, why did he win $15,500? Well, it's because the Saturday night show in West Salem got rained out. So after we paid the show-up points, the rain-out points, and all that, we divvied up the rest of the money and added it to the $10,000 purse. And so $15,500 went to the corn burner Jason Sullivan, Edgewood, Iowa last night. So he's going to try to go back-to-back and sweep the weekend. But first he will have to knock Dale Nelson off that top spot. 343.60 is our current leading distance. Dale comes to us from Altamont, Illinois, and Jason Sullivan, Edgewood, Iowa, not too far from here.
No, I mean, that's the cool part, to win that big money that close to home in front of your friends and family. That's got to be really, really cool. And trying to back it up here tonight. But as you said, Dale Nelson 15 feet ahead of second place. So he made a monster pass and put that leader cone way out in front.
This is one of only 2 Dodge bodies in the class. Of course, we have Jeremy Nelson and the Dodge panel van. It's the Dodge Dakota body. Jason Sullivan and the corn burner, Edgewood, Iowa. All right, he rolls the chain tight. Green light on the X Factor Fendt sled. Green flag. Waiting from our track officials, Kurt Simmons and Jerry Nelson. And there they are. Here we go. Corn burner Jason Sullivan, Edgewood, Iowa.
Impressive run for the corn burner.
Did he get past Dale Nelson, though? Was it impressive enough to get past the 3:43 mark? I'm thinking it's just going to be a little bit short.
Yeah, I'm thinking second place. We'll wait on the laser.
New number 2 man, 339 feet, .85, 339.85. .339 feet, .85 for Jason Sullivan. The corn burner puts him in the number 2 spot. All right, we just saw James Slama from Hillsboro, Wisconsin. Let's stay up there in the Badger State, shall we? From Boscobel, Wisconsin, Corey Fritz and the Twisted Deer on our Hot Shot Secret Super Farm tractors presented by ApexTurbo. Brian Barman continues to lead, hooked up, 3:21 and 20. Yeah, he tried the same pass as Brian Barman, started toward the middle of the track and worked his way over to the left-hand side. He goes 3:10.71, which will put him into the number 3 spot. 1/100th of a tenth behind Michael Snepp. Michael Snepp is at 3:10.72, and Twisted Deer is at 3:10.71. That's how close it is.
And that's why we measure with the laser, so we can get that level of detail and accuracy.
All right, so right now our top 3. Super Farm side, as we stand right now, Brian Barman currently leading, hooked up. He's at 3:21 and 20, sitting number 1. Number 2, Michael Snepp, Thunderstorm, 3:10 and 72. And our current number 3 tractor, Twisted Deer, Corey Fritz at 3:10 and 71. Super modified 2-wheel drive trucks, forever hooked. Dale Nelson, you're sitting number 1 at 3:43.60. Jason Sullivan, last night's winner, is currently number 2, 3:39.85, and R.J. Simon sitting number 3 at 3:28 and 42. But hold the presses right now, back in the sled. Strong running truck. Sweet Revenge. No, this is not Sweet Revenge. This is going to be, Midnight Revenger, Jared Nelson. Sweet Revenge's husband. Midnight Revenger. 3-time points champion. Jared Nelson, Altamont, Illinois. Oh, did he just knock Dad off that top spot? Would he do that to his dad?
He is knocking on the door, Leroy. I'm going to wait on the laser on this one.
Jared Nelson, points champion from 2016, 2017, and he's our defending points champion from 2025. If he wanted to take over that top spot from his father, he needed to go in excess of 3:43 and 60. How about 3:44.08? New leader, 3:44.08. Now you can see Jerry Nelson down there picked up that leader pylon and moved it east just a little bit. So new leader. The son knocks the dad off the top spot. So Midnight Revenger Jared Nelson now sitting number 1 at 3:44.08. Super Farm side, Jacob St. Mary. This is the 4th generation 9,500-pound limited pro stock from North Bangor, New York. Did I say it right?
Yes, sir, you did.
All right, North Bangor.
Yes, the team came up to us at Dragway 42 a couple of weeks ago and stressed to us Bangor, North Bangor, New York.
International 1066 from the Empire State. I can just say the Empire State. There we go. That'll cover my bases.
There you go. That's a safe way to go.
Brian Barman is our current leader. Here comes the 4th generation. I love the paint job on that International 1066. Beautiful job there out of North Bangor, New York. Jacob St. Mary, 4th generation. He goes 310.59, which will put him in the number 4 spot. 3, 10, and 59 for Jacob St. Mary.
So now we have 3 tractors between 310.59 and 310.72. Second, third, and fourth are all stacked up that close.
Right there in front of the grandstand, the Dirt Slinger, 8-time national champion. He was our winner last night, $10,000 winner last night. The 4-engine super modified called the Dirt Slinger, Bill Leishner. We will be seeing that class a little bit later on this evening. Meanwhile, some unfinished business on the infield side. Midnight Obsession, Jim Corey, Bedford, Indiana.
Yeah, on our Super Farm side, we're going to go back to the top of the order. So it'll be Thunderstruck, Brad Woods, Shane Maston, Thumpin' Pumpkin, Brett Lever with Never Say Never, and Sean Boyd with the Screamin' Norwegian to close out our class. So they all pulled before the sled resets, so we'll bring them back around.
From Bedford, Indiana, Jim Corey. Midnight Obsession. New leader, Jared Nelson, 344.08. Nice run. Unfortunately, someone's got to get last. He got last night, 18th. He's definitely going to improve on that here this evening.
For sure.
336.05, which will put him in the number 4 spot currently. 336.05 for Jim Corey and the Midnight Obsession out of Bedford, Indiana. So the new number 4 man on our super modified 2-wheel drive trucks. And just as Darren said, we're going to go back up to the top of the list on our Super Farm tractors. These next 4, you've already seen them out on the track once tonight. But we reset the sled and they all drop to the bottom. So Brad Woods, Thunderstruck, he comes to us from Jackson, Tennessee. Well, he's going to be down there close to that money as well.
Yeah, trying to break past 321 and 2. Brian Barman sitting up top. Then we have those 3 tractors all at 310.
He's our new number 2 man, 319 and 35, 319 feet, .35 for Thunderstruck Brad Woods out of Jackson, Tennessee. Brad, he was our 2024 points champion. He's the one that actually knocked Josh Miley off that top spot because Josh Miley had gone back to back to back to back, winning it 4 years in a row. And then Brad Woods come in and won the 2024 points champion. So he goes into the number 2 spot currently at 319.35. We will see Shane Maston, the Thumpin' Pumpkin, up next, Super Farm side. On our infield side, super modified 2-wheel drive trucks, Mikey White, Lafayette, Tennessee, a Chevrolet called Addiction. He's also former points champion 2022. He also won it on the very last hook of the season at the Lucas Oil Speedway there in Wheatland, Missouri. Came down to between him and Jeremy Nelson that year. And Mikey White won it on the last event of the season. He went number 7 last night, session 1 here at 300 Raceway Nationals.
Minor Brothers Racing power plant in this Chevrolet. Minor Brothers Racing, Adam Kester out of Wadesville, Indiana. We'll see Adam up here later with his mini modifieds.
And right there for the Chevy Colorado, Mikey White, Lafayette, Tennessee, and Addiction. .70, 327 feet, .70. Right now puts him into the number 7 spot, 327.70. Hey, don't forget, if you want to win that utility bucket tractor, utility loader tractor given away by Rural King, go down underneath the grandstand, scan that QR code. At the conclusion of our Fendt High Stakes Series events, we will be drawing one winner. And Rural King, who is the official farm and home store of the IHRA Pro Pulling League, will be giving away that loader tractor. You can be the winner of that. Go scan that QR code. All right, the Thumpin' Pumpkin, Shane Maston, our defending points champion. The Agco Alice out of Niles, Michigan. We did a sled reset, and so he dropped to the bottom of the class. 3 Super Farm pullers left. Niles, Michigan's Shane Maston, Thumpin' Pumpkin. Brett Weber, Never Say Never, out of Fort Branch, Indiana. And then we will conclude the class with Sean Boyd, the Screamin' Norwegian, out of Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. All right, let's go green. Shane Maston, the Thumpin' Pumpkin.
Good run for Shane Maston.
Yeah, was it good enough to get past Brian Barman, however? Needs to go in excess of 321 and change.
We shall see as soon as it comes in.
.317 and 87. New number 3 man, 317 feet, .87 for the Agco Alice out of Niles, Michigan. So the only thing that stands between Brian Barman and $10,000 will either be Brett Weber or Sean Boyd. 2 Super Farm tractors left on our grandstand side. We are in the midst of our 2-wheel drive truck class. Jonathan Payne, After Hours, Georgetown, Indiana, backing into the sled. We saw Jonathan earlier with Rampage, and here he is with After Hours. Ford Ranger body on this.
Powered by Sassy Racing engine. Looks like he moved that sled maybe just a little bit left of where we've seen a lot of people going down the center of the track over on the infield side.
Jared Nelson continues to lead the Midnight Revenger from Altamont at 344.08. That's where the leader pylon sits. All right, he rolls the chain tight. While we're looking at a chain situation on our two-wheel drive truck side, let's come over here on our super farm side. Farmall 1206 from down in southern Indiana, down by the Evansville, Hobstadt area. Fort Branch, Indiana's Brett Weber, and Never Say Never backing into the decision maker sled. All right, we're going to go green over here on our grandstand side on our Super Farm tractors. Never Say Never, Brett Weber out of Fort Branch, Indiana. 2 to go. Before we go to our Super Stock Diesel trucks presented by ARP. Going to end up a little bit short of that leading distance laid down by Brian Barman. Right there, that's the Never Say Never 1206 Farmall. Way back in the day, we had a 1206 on a farm that would pull a 5-bottom plow and smoke just like that. And he goes 305.73, 305 feet, .73. Beautiful crowd shot there on our live stream. Awesome turnout tonight for a beautiful night of polling here at the 300 Raceway Nationals in Farley, Iowa for session number 2 here at our Fendt Stakes High Stakes Series. All right, we saw him earlier in the class with the P5, Chad Mayhill from Reynolds, Indiana, currently sitting number 8 with the P5. Here he is with his two-timing Ford. Chad was our 2021 points champion.
Noonan engine in this Ford.
As we mentioned earlier, Chad, CM pulling tires. trying to find himself a spot somewhere in that top 3. .337 feet, .94, 337.94. That'll put him in the number 4 spot currently, 337.94.
Yeah, we mentioned Chad with CM Pulling Tires. CM Pulling Tires located in Reynolds, Indiana. With several years of tire cutting, we can handle all of your tire cutting needs at reasonable rates with quality, the top priority. Contact Chad for all your truck and tractor pulling needs at 574-297-1284 or Chad at HoosierPullingTires.com. Again, that's CM Pulling Tires, Reynolds, Indiana.
All right, we're going to go green one last time on our Super Farm tractors. Our Hot Shots Secret Super Farm tractors presented by ApexTurbo. Final puller in the class will be Sean Boyd, the Screaming Norwegian. This tractor here, 3-time points champion. He was our number 3 tractor on our Friday night show at West Salem, Ohio. And the Screaming Norwegian went number 5 last night. Let's see what we can do. The Screaming Norwegian, Sean Boyd, Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. All right, right there for the Screaming Norwegian. Brian Barman patiently awaiting to see what the laser has to say, to see if he is $10,000 richer. $314 and 43 for the Screaming Norwegian, which will put him in the number 4 spot, 314.43. As we tabulate the final results, as we look at the replay there for the Screaming Norwegian. .43. All right, we do know that Brian Barman, he's going to be our winner. Hooked up out of Middleton, Wisconsin. He was hooked up tonight. He'll have that $10,000 check. We'll go over the other results as soon as we see our pass here on our 2-wheel drive sled. From the Simon Says Chevrolet. Simon Says Chevy. RJ Simon went number 4 last night. He went number 2 in West Salem, Ohio. Right here in Farley, Iowa.
Minor Brothers Racing engine powers this Chevrolet.
Our top 3 right now. Jared Nelson, Midnight Revenger, sitting number 1, 344.08. Dale Nelson, his father, sitting number 2 at 343.60. And then Jason Sullivan, number 3 at 339.85. RJ rolls forward, pulls that chain tight. Green flag from our officials. Green light on the sled. Simon Says Chevy. RJ Simon. Did he do it? Did he take over that top spot from the Midnight Revenger? Needs to go in excess of 344 and change. Needed to go in excess of 344.08. How about 344.49? Your new leader. 344 and 49, taking over that top spot right here on his hometown track. RJ Simon and the Simon Says Chevy. All right, before we start, our super modified, our ARP Pro Stock diesel trucks, super stock diesel trucks, Our Super Farm tractors, we had a total of 14 of them here tonight. 10th place will go to Fast and Furious James Slama. 10th place will go to Never Say Never, Brett Weber. Number 9, Fast and Furious James Slama. Number 8, The Wicked Whitetail, Jeremy Roberts. Number 7, Jacob St. Mary in 4th Generation. Number 6, Twisted Deer, Corey Fritz. Now our top 5, Thunderstorm, Michael Snett goes 3, 10, and 72 for number 5. Number 4, The Screaming Norwegian, Sean Boyd, 3, 14, 43. Our top 3, Thumpin' Pumpkin, Shane Maston goes 3 at 3:17.87. Our runner-up, Brad Woods, Thunderstruck, 3:19 and 35. And our $10,000 winner from the Badger State, Middleton, Wisconsin, Brian Barman, hooked up, winning pass of 3:21 and 20. Congratulations, Brian Barman. All right, let's switch gears and go to our super stock diesel trucks. They are presented by ARP Automotive Racing Products. First puller comes to us from Houston, Texas. Cody Lee and the One Nation Dodge.
He will be our Hypermax test puller.
Right there, it's how we get things going, and we will see if we have the Bungart X-Factor sled with the Optima batteries wrap on it. See if we have it sled as is, set as is, and if so, Cody Lee, being the Hypermax test puller, will have the option of taking that hook, dropping in number 6, or dropping to the bottom.
Usually when you get to the podium, it's just your teammates, but you've got a bird of a different feather up here, shall we say?
Yeah, this is a competitor of mine, but he's helped me out a lot and, kind of become good friends.
Yeah, you said it took a lot of help tonight to get up here on top of the box.
Yeah, it did. I appreciate Brad Woods helping me a lot with setup and that kind of things. We have a lot of sponsors to thank, like all of PPL sponsors, the Fendt High Stakes Series, Pro Pulling League, IHRA, Road King, Fendt, Mac Trailer, Summit, Hot Shot Secret, SCS Gearboxes, ApexTurbo, Full Throttle Energy. I'd like to thank Kevin Ingle-King for the dyno work, Mark Hawthorne. Most off, I'd like to thank God for just giving me the opportunity to be here. My wife back at home for taking care of everything. I got my son with me tonight. My dad's here too, so it's a great night.
Yeah, a lot of hard work went into this as well.
Oh, it did. It did. We were wrenching just before we were coming up to the track tonight too.
Yeah, I want to know who gets the check and where's it going to go?
Oh, I'm pretty sure he already claimed it and he wants to put it on his wall in his room, so.
Yeah, guys, I can't think of a better decoration for the wall than a big old check like this.
Well, he went 15th last night out of 18 two-wheel drive trucks. He's going to improve on that tonight. Much better run than the Friday night showing for Tanner Nelson on the Midnight Chaos Reloaded. .27 for Tanner Nelson, 336 feet, .27. That'll put him in the number 6 spot, 336.27. For Tanner Nelson. Sweet revenge, Bethany Nelson, you're up next on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks.
It seemed like there was a lot of scrambling in the pits there to try to figure this track out tonight. Brad, what did you change that helped you out?
Actually, the track was very tricky, and we changed a little bit of weight to the rear of the tractor and maybe a little air pressure adjustment and a little gear selection. But it was very tricky, and I got a chance to watch a bunch of them go down through there, so I kind of knew where I wanted to go, and it worked out.
Yeah, you got some seasoned eyes, too. You know, we have to talk about, you know, you do a lot of pulling in Mid-South, came out here, won a PPL championship, too, so it's not like you're new to this.
Well, that's true. I enjoy pulling all over the country. I like pulling at home, and I like pulling up here.
Well, the good thing is you're going to take them a little hardware for this weekend, too.
Well, that's the whole reason we come, is we enjoy the pulling and take the money home, too. So I guess I'd like to thank the Fendt High Stakes Series, the IHRA Pro Pulling League, Rural King, Fendt, Summit Racing Equipment, Mack Trailers, ARP, Hot Shot Secret, SCS Gearbox, ApexTurbo, Full Throttle Energy. And then I'd also like to thank some of my sponsors. I'd like to thank Hawthorne Tire for a really great tire. I'd like to thank ApexTurbo for a really great turbo, Salabine Performance for their awesome dyno, and my pit crew, Patrick Payne and Tony Ritter. And I'd also like to recognize my new friends over here I've kind of started helping a little bit on the competitor side, and they got a win tonight, so I'm really tickled for that. Just about like having one myself.
Yeah, it's true, guys. Like, for real, when you're out here on the track, it's competitive, but in the pits, it's all about friends and family.
Absolutely.
He'll be our new Hypermax test puller after the sled reset. Okay, so we will see if we got that X Factor Optima sled set as we want, and if so, then Craig Dickey can take that hook, come back to the number 6 spot, or come back at the bottom of the class. He goes 338.86, 338.86, and we will see what they decide trackside. He turned it down. So 338.86. We're going to write that off to the side to see when he comes back for his hook, whether that was a wise decision or whether he should have kept it. Meanwhile, back on the infield side, super modified two-wheel drive truck, Sweet Revenge, Bethany Nelson, Altamont, Illinois. She is a 3-time PPL points champion in 2014, 2020, as well as 2023. Part of the Midnight Motorsports pulling team. Her husband currently sitting number 2 at 344.08. Her father-in-law sitting number 3 at 343.60. But that most important distance, our leader, R.J. Simon, he's got the leader pylon sitting at 344.49. Bethany comes to us from Altamont, Illinois. Beautiful Chevrolet called Sweet Revenge on our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. Nice pass. Do we have a new leader? She may have bumped that leader pylon a little bit further east. Tough running Chevy out of the land of Lincoln. And that's exactly what she did. New leader, 347.90. 347 feet, .90. Look at that replay coming right at you. The Sweet Revenge Chevrolet.
sometimes you got to swing for the fences and hope that you hit it out of the park. And it seemed like you had a little different setup on tonight, Shane.
Yeah, we tried the first pass, and it really didn't work. And we watched the whole class, and the track got a little bit better. A lot of guys got hung out to dry, which is really unfortunate. We were lucky to be at the back. We moved about 400 pounds back and probably should have moved another 200. And we were able to get up here in the thick of it.
Yeah, sometimes you got to take those chances, move that weight, even when you think that you shouldn't. You know, it doesn't seem right, but you got to do it to try to get the advantage.
Yeah, you know, we're lucky we got ApexTurbo behind us, Ryan and Pat. Art, you know, he's with me all the time. Nick, I mean, we're just out doing our thing, and we're still up here, and we're still the champ.
We'll be driving this evening. Tripp, the grandson of Van Hazley. Van Hazley's rock hard Ram from Fairmount, Indiana. Tripp did not join us in West Salem, Ohio. He had pre-commitments. He was graduating from high school that weekend.
Yeah, that's kind of big. You probably should be there for that. Congratulations to him on that graduation.
And you can see the running order there on our super stock diesel trucks. Of course, Cody Lee was our first puller. He dropped and we reset the sled. And Craig Dickey, the Cummins Killer 3. Rock Hard Ram, Tripp Hazley, Craig Dickey, Cummins Killer 2. Justin Gearhart, cream of the crop. Eric Stacy, Smoking You HD. Keith Witt, American Pride. Kent Crowder, Shy Diesel. Ben Shimp, Antler Addiction. Xander Lee with Kong. Chase Eller. That is our first 10 pullers in our ARP Superstock diesel trucks. Let's go green. Tripp Hazley, the Rock Hard Ram, Fairmount, Indiana. No official distances in the books yet for our ARP Superstock diesel trucks. Spins are in right there, the Rock Hard Ram out of Fairmount, Indiana. .340 and 77. 340 feet, .77 for Tripp Hazley.
For Tripp Hazley, so it looks like Craig Dickey did the right thing turning down that 338.86. I mean, if you're going for it all, you're going full throttle, you want to go for the win in the 10,000 here tonight. So,
all right, the bullseye backing into the sled from Glasgow, Kentucky, Keith Long. Keith was a 3-time points champion, got out of the sport for a little bit, and they're back into it, both with a super modified two-wheel drive truck, this bullseye truck, and then also the super modified tractor that we will see with in the bowling tractor. He went number 3 in West Salem, Ohio. He went number 2 last night, our runner-up from Friday night. Keith Long, Glasgow, Kentucky. Going to be down there in the money as well. The truck there, that's a former ring winner at Bowling Green with the previous owners, with Craig and Ashley Corzine from Stonington, Assumption, Illinois area. And now the truck resides in the Long Motorsports stable. 342 and 56, 342.56. The Midnight Gambler, and then wrap up the class with Jonathan Jonathan Payne, After Hours. All right, we saw Cummins Killer 3. He was our Hypermax test puller, turned down that hook. Well, here's Cummins Killer 2. Also Craig Dickey, River Falls, Wisconsin. All right, one distance in the books for our ARP Super Stock Diesel trucks, 340 and 77, courtesy of Trip Hazley. Here comes Craig Dickey, the Cummins Killer 2, River Falls, Wisconsin. Pass for the Cummins Killer 2. Lots better than last night. As I mentioned, Craig went number 1 and number 15 last night. So the Cummins Killer 2 improving on that 15th place finish from Friday night. Let's see what the laser says. $336 feet, 0.51. 336.51. For Craig Dickey and the Cummins Killer 2. Cream of the crop, Justin Gearhart, you are up next on Super Stock Diesel Trucks. Meanwhile, coming out to the sled, 1941 Dodge panel van, the Midnight Gambler, Sydney, Illinois, Jeremy Nelson. Two trucks left. Jeremy Nelson, the Midnight Gambler, and then we will wrap up the class with Jonathan Payne and After Hours. If he wants to take the lead, he's going to have to knock the sister-in-law Bethany Nelson off that top spot. Sweet revenge. Bethany Nelson currently sitting number 1 at 347 and 90. Let's go green. The Midnight Gambler, Jeremy Nelson. That's where the X Factor Fendt sled gets him stopped right there. .340 and 69, 340 feet, 0.69, which will slide him into the number 6 spot. 340.69 for the Midnight Gambler out of Sydney, Illinois. Jonathan Payne, you'll be our final competitor in our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. Jonathan Payne from Georgetown, Indiana, and the After Hours Ford. And back over here on our ARP super stock diesel trucks, cream of the crop, a Dodge out of Circleville, Ohio. Justin Gearhart. Trip Hazley has got the leader pylon sitting at 340 and 77. Next stop on the Fendt High Stakes Series, we go to the Tar Heel State, Benson, North Carolina. I know a lot of you Probably will not be traveling there, but you can travel with us on our free live stream. I know you're enjoying the action tonight, and you're going to say, I want to watch that from North Carolina. Well, tune in to ProPulling.tv. Tune into our YouTube channels, IHRA YouTube channel or our Pro Pulling League YouTube channel.
If you do decide to make the trip to North Carolina, that Motorsports Park there in Benson, North Carolina is a beautiful facility. Easy to get to off of I-95, a lot of hotels in the area, and just a great, great facility for truck and tractor pulling there.
Going green for cream of the crowd, Justin Gearhart, Circleville, Ohio. Going to end up short of that leading distance that Trip Hazley has got laid down there. Justin went number 3 at our very first event in West Salem, Ohio a couple weeks ago. Tonight, he goes 328.15, 328 feet, .15. 18 trucks in our super modified two-wheel drive trucks here this evening. We have seen 17 of them. Number 18 out on the track right now, and he comes to us from Georgetown, Indiana. The After Hours Ford, Jonathan Payne. Jonathan Payne is the only thing that stands between Bethany Nelson and a $10,000 check. The Sweet Revenge currently sitting at the top of our super modified two-wheel drive trucks, 347 and 90. That's the magic number that Jonathan Payne needs to hit. All right, he rolls the chain tight. Let's go green one last time. Jonathan Payne, After Hours, Georgetown, Indiana. I'm not calling that from up here.
No, it's too close to call. That was a great run for Jonathan Payne, chasing 347 and 90.
.44 feet, .85, good enough to put him in the number 2 spot. So that will be our runner-up, 344.85. So congratulations, Bethany Nelson, $10,000 richer. The Sweet Revenge Chevrolet out of Altamont, Illinois. We will have your complete super modified two-wheel drive trucks results right after we see the Smokin' Ya HD Chevrolet, Eric Stacy, Winchester, Ohio. Husband and wife pulling team, Eric and Lily Stacy. Eric will be pulling the Smokin' Ya HD on the Fendt High Stakes Series circuit. And then we will see Lily behind the wheel on our Champions Tour events. Their daughter just celebrated her first birthday 2 weeks ago at West Salem, Ohio. All right, here we go, green. The Smokin' Ya HD out of the Buckeye State, Winchester, Ohio's Eric Stacy. 2021 and 2022 points champion. Eric started over toward the middle of the track with his sled placement and ended up over here on the right-hand side. And he goes 3:27.05, 3:27.05 will be the distance for Eric Stacy in the Smokin' Ya HD Chevrolet out of Winchester, Ohio.
Yeah, Trip Paisley's 3:40 and 77 with the Rock Hard Ram continuing to hold up. He was the first official hook in the class and laid out that 3:40 and 77, and it's held up so far.
All right, our results for our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. Number 10, we'll go to Midnight Chaos Reloaded. Tanner Nelson. Number 9, the two-time in Ford, Chad Mayhill out of Reynolds, Indiana. Number 8, last night's winner, Corn Burner, Jason Sullivan. 7th place, the Midnight Gambler, Jeremy Nelson out of Sydney, Illinois. 6th place, the Bullseye, Keith Long, Glasgow, Kentucky. Our top 5, Dale Nelson, Forever Hooked. He goes 3:43 and 60. Number 4, Jared Nelson, the Midnight Revenger, 3:44.08. Simon Says Chevy, RJ Simon from right here in Farley. He's our number 3 truck, 3:44.49. Our runner-up, Jonathan Payne, Georgetown, Indiana, after hours, 3:44 and 85. And congratulations, Bethany Nelson, Altamont, Illinois, the Sweet Revenge, 347 feet.90. Congratulations, Bethany, on the $10,000 win in our super modified two-wheel drive trucks here at the 300 Raceway Nationals here in Farley, Iowa.
Over on our infield track, we're going to go to our 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors. We have 13 tractors. Purebred Red up first, Hellraiser second, Meyer Performance R&D, then Killin' Time. 2 Ruthless, Bad to the Bone. Ruthless Binder, Red Express. Moody, Cowboy Cadillac. Time for one more, Diggin' Deer, and Utter Obsession, your running order.
Got Tyler Audette. He'll be our Hypermax test puller. The Purebred Red. He went number 2 last night. Comes to us from Vermont. Bridport, Vermont, as a matter of fact. Yeah, they was our runner-up from our Friday night finish and would like to improve one spot tonight on our Saturday night show to take home the $10,000 check.
Yeah, so these tractors weigh in at 9,500 pounds, 20-inch drawbar. OEM chassis, no component chassis allowed in this class. 640 cubic inch limit and limited to a 4.1-inch turbo.
Right there is how we get things started. You know, he's talking about the 4.1-inch turbo. So frequently, this class, instead of called the 9,500-pound limited pro stock class, a lot of people just call it the 4.1 class because that turbocharger, 4.1 on the inlet, 4.5 on the exhaust side. And it was really introduced as a, for lack of a better term, a budget class for the people that did not want to get in the pro stock class. Hence the name, the limited pro stock class. So we have a distance for Tyler Audette, but he is going to exercise his option and drop to the bottom. He went 288 and change, so we're going to write that off to the side. And like I mentioned, he is going to drop to the bottom. So let's go green over here on our super stock diesel trucks. American Pride, Keith Witt. Right there, our runner-up from last night, Keith Witt, Warrenton, Missouri, the American Pride Dodge Ram. And they tell us over on our 4.1 class, our 95 limited pro stocks, you can totally scratch Purebred Red's distance altogether because we're going to restart the class. We're going to make a sled setting on the X Factor Fendt sled. So when we restart the class, Jared DeBishery, the Hellraiser International Edition, he will be our new test puller. Meanwhile, over here on our truck class, our super stock diesel trucks, Keith Witt, he laid down a pass of 3:25 325.60 for Keith Witt out of Warrenton, Missouri. And as you can see there on the live stream, running order, Tyler Audette, Purebred Red, followed by Jared DeBishery, John Meyer Jr., the Meyer Performance R&D, Dean Hollicky, our winner last night with Killing Time. Then D. Ruth, Too Ruthless, Patrick Payne, Bad to the Bone, Doug Ruth, the Ruthless Binder, Alex Hazard, Red Express, Justin Smith, Moody, Joey St. Mary, Cowboy Cadillac, Josh Dutton, Time, 4-1 More, John Coots, The Diggin' Deer, and then Nick Audette, Utter Obsession. That is our order of pull for 95 limited Pro Stock tractors. Big St. Charles Motorsports is our sponsor for our 9,500 pound limited Pro Stock tractors all season long. Jared DeBishery, Vincennes, Indiana. And this is the Hellraiser International Edition. He is our new Hypermax test puller. Did a sled reset. International 1206. Red flag right there from Jerry Nelson as the Fendt X Factor sled gets in stock. We will see if we have the sled set where we want it now. And if so, see if Jared wants to take that hook or drop.
We all know that Bethany Nelson does not like a late hook. And look, here you are. And we surprise visit from Tanner over there. He finally made it back. But here you are on the podium with a late hook.
Yeah, usually I'm a number one girl. I love being number one and watching the rest of the class. But tonight it probably paid off a little bit. We had a couple of our team trucks early. They showed us what not to do, what to do, and obviously that's the best run I've made here in a little bit, so not complaining. We sucked last night. Like, it's no lie, like, we were bad, so we came back today. We put all trucks in the top 10. Super exciting. This facility is awesome. The Simons do a great job. The Fendt High Stakes Series, everybody says, oh, we don't do it for money, and they're right, we don't do it for money, but winning for $10,000 is fun. Winning's fun. Winning for $10,000 is a lot more fun.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice piece to put on the wall for sure. And I know all these people had a hand in this win tonight too.
Absolutely. Yeah, we run Sassy Racing engines, and we think they're the best in the business. So John Card gives us a motor that's going to hang with them when we do our job. Fendt for coming on board and sponsoring this series. IHRA, we're getting to go to new facilities, and it's brought excitement back to pulling. Like, it kind of got lackluster, and they're bringing a new level of competition. And we like to win. We're not just here to hang out. So I also want to thank this crew behind me. There's a lot of them, but they make the things go round. You probably don't want to know what I did all day because it wasn't a whole lot of working on trucks, I can tell you that, and I get to be the lucky one that gets to drive it down the track. My husband, my brother-in-laws, my sister-in-laws, crews, all of them, honestly, Stewie and Beaver, they all play a part in making this thing go round. We bring a lot of vehicles, and it takes a whole team to get it done. Other parts of our team, I don't want to leave out, like SSI Blowers. They give us a great blower. Chad Mayhill for the tires. He's great. We got Carlisle Tools that's came on and kind of starting to get involved in pulling, which is a pretty exciting thing for us. Who am I forgetting? Anybody else, Nick? Sinpico Oil. Yeah, we've got Sinpico on our trucks, and maybe that was the key today. Who knows?
Yeah, it certainly takes a village.
Inside the two chalk lines tonight. He comes to us from Broadhead, Wisconsin. The Meyer Performance R&D International 1206. Right there for the Meyer Performance R&D, John Meyer Jr. He was our end-of-season points champion for our PPL Silver Series last year. second generation puller. 281.13, 281 feet and 13.
At Big St. Charles Motorsports, we are power sports enthusiasts, and we are excited to help you experience the fun and adventure that a quality Can-Am, Ski-Doo, Sea-Doo vehicle can bring into your life. We're a power sports dealership serving the St. Charles, Missouri area, offering the best in new and pre-owned motorcycle and other power sports vehicles. Our friendly and knowledgeable sales, financing, service, and parts departments are ready to offer outstanding service at every point, from assisting while you're making your choice to ongoing maintenance and customization. At Big St. Charles Motorsports, we value the opportunity to create a long-term relationship with our customers, and we do that by making sure to exceed your expectations. Contact us today at 636-203-7890 or online at BigSt.CharlesMotorsports.com.
Yeah, Big St. Charles Motorsports, owned by Brad Holzhauer. We'll be visiting his facility. The track at Holzhauer is in Nashville, Illinois on September 11th as part of the Champions Tour on the IHRA Pro Pulling Series. Superstock diesel truck side on the grandstand side, presented by ARP. Antler Addiction, Ben Schimpf. Eagle, Wisconsin, a Chevrolet, Bowtie backed in. Trip Hazley continues to set the mark to beat at 340.77. Trip Hazley from Fairmount, Indiana, the rock hard ram. Ben Schimpf, the Antler Addiction, Eagle, Wisconsin.
Yeah, we can't talk enough about sharing data and team trucks, and that's a little bit of what helped you get it done tonight, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we had Willie first, and then we had the corn burner, and it definitely helped us learn a lot, catch a lot of data, and come out to get this third place. We're real happy about it.
Yeah, this truck's been running great, though. I mean, you've really been, firing it down the track.
Yeah, it's just Old Faithful. We just keep throwing the same setup at it. We really don't have time to do much changing. We're always so busy. We only have, I don't know how many vehicles, a lot of vehicles we're trying to run, and it's just a lot of fun. Jason's been pouring a lot into this thing, Laverne, Jamie, the rest of the crew, Brad Walkup, Steve Olson. There's just a whole crew. Like, if you go over right now, we got, I don't know, there's probably 50, 60 people right now running around the shop, and it's cool, and just I love being here. It's his hometown, and just a good time, and couldn't do without some Pico lubricants, them being on board a long time, MBR engines, Hammer superchargers, Mayhill tire. I got to thank Fendt, Pro Pulling Series, Rule King, Fendt, Summit, Mac Trailer, ARP, SCS Gearbox, Hot Shots, and Apex Turbos.
And I think you made some nights out here by putting these guys at the podium. They said that's the best part of the weekend so far.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that. I just hope you don't give them 2 minutes of that good full throttle energy drink, because we'll have a long night.
Don't worry, I'm going to give all the kids full throttles as they exit here.
All right, the mark was set at 281.13, courtesy of John Meyer Jr. That was Dean Hollicky, killing time out of Waterville, Minnesota. Next up on our super stock diesel trucks, we're going to be looking for Xander Lee Kong out of Houston, Texas. $296 even, 296 even. So he will take over that top spot. Dean Hollicky right now after 2 pullers, 296 and 90. Now, speaking of the Shine Diesel Extravaganza, this young man coming into the sled right now, he has been a several-time winner at the Shine Diesel Extravaganza with a little bit different truck, a truck called the Farm Truck. Yes. Xander Lee, Houston, Texas. He just recently graduated from high school. Is going to be enrolling at Texas A&M University, the 12th man. A truck called Kong, all the way down from Houston, Texas. We saw his father earlier in the class, Cody Lee. We'll see Cody again since we reset the sled and restarted the class.
This young man has wins in 8 states already, literally from coast to coast, from Georgia to California. This truck completely redone, a brand new truck here recently for Xander Lee. Chasing Trip Hazley's 340 and 77 with the rock hard Ram.
Spins are in right there. The Kong Dodge out of Houston, Texas.
So last night, this truck gave you all kinds of fits, and tonight, here you are on the podium. How satisfying is it that your hard work paid off and that you were able to get it down the track, hooked to the sled, and to make this effort to get in second tonight?
Well, this truck ran really good last summer, and we've had a lot of problems out of here starting off, and it finally come to life tonight, and it felt really good.
Yeah, these 2 trucks that you have are kind of coming on with a vengeance. I think people were surprised when you moved to 2-wheel drive, you know, from the blown 4-wheel drive that you had before, and you've really made the adjustment well.
Yeah, I never thought I'd like the 2-wheelers, but there's nothing better than being in the air running down the track at 35 mile an hour. It's great.
Yeah, what a feeling. A great team behind you, too, to help make it all happen.
Yeah, you got to thank your family. If it weren't for them, this wouldn't happen. And a lot of people to thank: Fendt, IHRA, Rural King, Fendt, Mac Trailer Summit, Hot Shots, all of them. I got to thank Sassy Racing. He's probably helped me out more than anybody ever has. And SSI Superchargers. There's a bunch out there. ApexTurbo, SCS. The list goes on.
Yeah, hard work pays off, guys.
All right, let's go green for D. Ruth. D comes to us from Downing, Missouri, and 2 Ruthless. She needed to go in excess of 296 to take over that top spot. 297.39, a new leader. 297 and 39. So Dean Hollicky, he will definitely not be sweeping the weekend at the 300 Raceway Nationals. 297 and 39. D. Ruth takes over that top spot with the 2 Ruthless.
Yeah, we'll see how this continues to develop over on that infield track. You know, everybody's going a little farther and a little farther, and we saw that earlier on in the 2-wheel drive class as well. So watch as that develops tonight.
Back over on the grandstand side on our ARP super stock diesel trucks from Lafayette, Tennessee, the caretaker Chase Eller, the Dodge out of the Volunteer State. Trip Hazley continues to set the mark to beat at 340 and 77 with the rock hard Ram.
Chase Eller, a farmer down there in Lafayette, Tennessee.
Right there for Chase Eller, the caretaker out of Lafayette, Tennessee. Looks like he will end up just a little bit short of that leading distance that Trip Hazley has laid down. .325.48, 325 feet, 0.48, which should put him into the number 6 spot right now. 325.48.
Yeah, top 3, the Rock Hard Ram, Trip Hazley at 340 and 77. The Cummins Killer 2 GMC at 336 and 5. And then Justin Gerhardt in third at 328 and 1.
On our 9,500-pound limited pro stock side, going to be looking for Patrick Payne. This is not Patrick Payne. This Ruthless Binder. Doug Ruth, Downing, Missouri. We just saw D. Ruth and 2 Ruthless. And this is the Ruthless Binder, her husband, Doug Ruth, also from Downing, Missouri. Patrick Payne was the next puller on our lineup sheet. We'll find out the status of the John Deere from Finger, Tennessee. Meanwhile, let's go green for the red one out of Downing, Missouri. The Ruthless Binder, Doug Ruth. .296 feet, 0.62, 296.62 for Doug Ruth. 296.62. So that'll move him into the number 2 spot. Husband and wife sitting at 1 and 2. D. Ruth leading the class at 297.39. 296.62. Now for Doug Ruth, the Ruthless Binder. All right, they tell us that bad to the bone. Patrick Payne out of Finger, Tennessee will officially be a scratch. Had some mechanical issues that will not allow him to pull this evening. So Patrick Payne is officially a scratch on bad to the bone. So as we mentioned, sitting 1 and 2 is D. Ruth and Doug Ruth. Let's go back super stock diesel trucks. Deadpool Terry Biggs, Ford out of Noblesville, Indiana. Right there for the Ford out of Noblesville, Indiana, Deadpool Terry Biggs. He's our defending points champion, and he also was our winner night number 1 in West Salem, Ohio on our Fendt High Stakes Series. Last night he went number 6. And tonight he goes 320.45, 320.45. That will put him in the number 8 spot currently. All right, back over on our 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports. Red Express, Winnebago, Illinois. sometimes driven by Ray Heron, sometimes Jordan Heron. Tonight, Alex Hazard. Alex Hazard doing the driving tonight for the Red Express. Tractor frequently campaigns with the Badger State Pullers Association. Our current leader continues to be D. Ruth, and the 2 Ruthless, 14:56. D's leading distance is 2:97.39. Here comes the Red Express, Alex Hazard, Winnebago, Illinois. Beautiful paint job right there on the Red Express out of Winnebago, Illinois, up on the northern side of Illinois. He goes 297 feet, 0.78, just to extend that lead just a little bit, 297.78. Needed to go in excess of 297.39. He does that, 297.78. So a new leader on our 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors. You know, we were talking about Mack trailers earlier in the evening, and of course we saw R.J. Simon with Mike Connors. If anyone was at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals in Freedom Hall in Louisville, Kentucky in March, you would have seen this truck right here win the super stock diesel truck class, and we're talking about the flammable Chevrolet out of New Franken, Wisconsin. Marshall DeBrew. Father and son pulling team will see his dad in our Mack Trailer Hot Rod Semis, Ryan DeBrew with his Kenworth. Here is a strong running Chevrolet out of New Franken, Wisconsin. Flammable Marshall DeBrew on our ARP super stock diesel trucks.
Sharing the driving duties with his brother this season as well.
Right there for Marshall DeBrew out of New Franken, Wisconsin, and the flammable. He goes 304 and 90, 304 feet, 0.90. All right, Nick Gillette, Top Shelf, you're up next, followed by Brady Ingram, Shy Diesel Dodge. And then we will go back up to the top of the class. One Nation, Cody Lee, Houston, Texas, and then Craig Dickey, the Cummins Killer 3. 15 of them here tonight, actually 14, no, 15, that's correct, 15 of them here tonight. We've seen 11, 4 to go. That's on our ARP super stock diesel trucks, 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors. Justin Smith from Bell, Missouri, and Moody. He went number 3 last night. He had what we call a podium finish, like when he finished in the top 3. We kind of call that the podium finish. So he had a podium finish last night with the number 3 spot. Got to talk with Leslie Mears. Leslie interviews the top 3 drivers from every class. Here we go, Justin Smith, Moody, Bell, Missouri. Needed to go in excess of 297 and 78 to knock The Red Express off that top spot. And he's going to end up a little bit short of that leading distance, 295 feet even, 295 even. He will slide into the number 5 spot. All right, our second entry from the Shy Diesel pulling team, Brady Ingram. Brady Ingram comes to us from Farley, Illinois. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Slow down, Leroy. Nick Gillette, Fostoria, Ohio, is actually out on the track. Nick Gillette and Top Shelf. Nick Gillette went number 7 last night with a Ford. Yeah, I looked down there and I'm like, that's not a Dodge. That's a Ford.
Yeah, that's the Ford out of Fostoria, Ohio. Nick's a grain farmer. Started pulling back in 2016. Whole family affair for the Gillettes.
Super Stock Diesel top 3 right now. Rock Hard Ram, Trip Hazley, number 1 at 340 and 77. Craig Dickey, the Cummins Killer, number 2, is currently sitting at 336.51. And Justin Gearhart, Cream of the Crop, is currently our number 3 truck at 328 and 15. All right, we're waiting for the green light to be displayed on the X-Factor Optima sled. Chain is rolled tight. Green light on the sled. Green flag from our track officials. Here we go. Top Shelf, Nick Gillette, Fostoria, Ohio. From Fostoria, Ohio, Nick Gillette and Top Shelf. The Ford right there from the Buckeye State. Backing in the sled on our 9,500-pound limited pro stock side. John Deere 5010 out of North Bangor, New York. Joey St. Mary in a Cowboy Cadillac. 325 and 20, 325.20 over here on the grandstand side. The distance for Top Shelf for Nick Gillette, 325.20. All right, John Deere 5010, North Bangor, New York, Joey St. Mary. Here comes the Cowboy Cadillac. Going to end up a little bit short of that leading distance currently owned by the Red Express, Alex Hazard. He goes 290 feet, 0.49 on the infield track, 290.49 for Joey St. Mary. And a Cowboy Cadillac John Deere 5010.
We are down to 2 over on our Super Stock Diesel 4-wheel drive trucks presented by ARP. Actually 3. We'll have Brady Ingram, Cody Lee, and then Craig Dickey backgrounds. 3.
All right, here comes Brady Ingram and the Shy Diesel Dodge. Brady comes to us from Farley, Illinois. His dad, Brad Ingram, longtime manager of the Shy Diesel shop in Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel Extravaganza, that is going to be in Terre Haute, Indiana, August 28th, August 29th, at the Terre Haute Action Track there at the Wabash Valley Fairgrounds. Brady went number 3 last night. When Brady was a senior in high school, which is just a few years ago, his baseball team won the state championship. Now his younger brother is a senior in high school. They just went 3rd place this year. So pretty talented baseball players there in the Ingram family. Brady from Farina with the North, I believe it's the North Clay baseball team. Like I said, they were state champions. They beat the Brown County a few years back, and then now this year the North Clay baseball team finished number 3 in the IHSA baseball, so that's pretty cool for the Ingram family.
Leroy, earlier you talked about the 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors also being called the 4-1 pro stock class. That brings up the time for one more. Josh Dutton out of Darien, Wisconsin.
Yeah, a little play on words there. Got Josh Dutton back in the sled on the infield side. Time for one more on our 95 limited pro stock. And we have Brady Ingram back in the sled on our grandstand side on our ARP super stock diesel truck side. Let's go green first grandstand side, shall we? Brady Ingram, Farina, Illinois. And the Shine Diesel Dodge looking to go in excess of 340 and change. Trip Hazley, the Rock Hard Ram, has got the leader pylon sitting there. Brady Ingram, Farina, Illinois, right there on the Shy Diesel Dodge on our ARP Superstock diesel truck side. He went number 3 last night. Tonight he goes 3:20.35, which will put him back in the pack a little ways. Puts him currently number 10. All right, let's go green infield side. Time for one more, Josh Dutton.
Good run for Josh Dutton. He's going to be knocking on the door. 297 and 78. Alex Hazard, the Red Express, continues to lead.
Josh Dutton goes 293 feet, .54, 293.54. Slides him into the number 6 spot on our big St. Charles Motorsports 95 limited pro stock class. Next up, we're going to be looking for the Diggin' Deer, John Coots out of Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. John Coots was our very first $10,000 winner in West Salem, Ohio. The 4-1 class was the first class that was completed, so he made history. He got the first big $10,000 check. Didn't do as well last night. Went number 8 last night. Would like to improve on that tonight. Grandstand side, we got 2 trucks left in our ARP super stock diesel trucks. One Nation, Cody Lee, Houston, Texas, and then we will wrap up the class with last night's number 1 truck, the Cummins Killer 3. All right, the Diggin' Deer, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. John Deere 4020. John Coots. Part of the Badger State Bowlers. Got a Badger State bowler currently at the top of the class, Red Express.
All right, so there's a technical issue with the One Nation truck, so it is going to drop one spot. We're going to go with the Cummins Killer 3, Craig Dickey, River Falls, Wisconsin. Your winner here last night. And Leroy, he was our test puller. He turned down a 338, which would currently be number 2 to come back last. So leading distance, Trip Hazley at 340 and 77.
All right, let's go green infield side. John Coots, the Diggin' Deer. John Deere 4020 out of Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. We might have a new leader. We will see what the laser says. Needed to go in excess. 297 and 78. Wow, he needed to go 297, 78 or better. How about 297.95? Just sneaks past Alex Hazard. New leader, 297.95. John Coots.
Our top 3 are all at 297. 297.95, 297.78, and 297.39.
That's close.
That is very close. But that is what you get on the Fendt High Stakes Series.
All right, as Darren mentioned, on our Superstock diesel side, we were due to see Cody Lee with a One Nation truck out of Houston, Texas. Still having a few issues in the staging area, so we are going to keep the show moving by bringing in Craig Dickey, the Cummins Killer 3. Meanwhile, on the infield side, we're going to be looking for Nick Audette, Bridport, Vermont. Utter Obsession. Nick will be followed by Tyler Audette, and then Jared DeBishery. So we have 3 tractors left on our 9,500-pound limited pro stock tractors presented by Big St. Charles Motorsports. At the conclusion of our 4-1 class on the infield, we'll see. Are we going to go to our super modifieds, or are we bringing back our mini rods? Yeah, we don't know yet. We will find out. They will tell us. So when we started this Fendt High Stakes Series, I know you've heard us say many, many times that we started in West Salem, Ohio. We got our Friday night show in. Saturday night we did not. We got rained out. But the Cummins Killer number 3, this was our number 2 truck on our Friday night show. And then he improved on that one spot to be our winner last night here at the 300 Raceway Nationals for night number 1 of our Farley stop on the Fendt High Stakes Series. So he's going to try to sweep the weekend. The Cummins Killer 3, Craig Dickey, River Falls, Wisconsin. Well, he will not be sweeping the weekend. We know that, but he will have a podium finish because his other truck, the Cummins Killer number 2, is currently sitting number 2 with 1 truck to go. So the Cummins Killer 3, Craig Dickey, goes 319 and 27, 319.27. Okay, on our infield side, Utter Obsession, Nick Audette, Bridport, Vermont. Let's go green on our 9,500-pound limited pro stocks. Nice run right there. Nick Audette, Bridport, Vermont. International called Utter Obsession. Dairy farmers.
Yeah, Bridport, Vermont area is a big area for dairy farming and a lot of dairies in that area.
.296 feet, .282, 96 and 28. We'll move him into the number 5 spot. Number 5 spot with 2 to go. We'll be looking for purebred red, Tyler Audette. We just saw Nick Audette, so Tyler Audette will be next. Also from Bridport, Vermont, and then we will wrap up our 95 limited pro stock tractors and 9,500-pound limited pros with Hellraiser International Addiction, Jared DeBishery out of Vincennes, Indiana. All right, so one final puller on our ARP super stock diesel trucks. We're looking for Cody Lee, the One Nation Dodge out of Houston, Texas.
Yeah, he was our original Hypermax test puller, and then we reset the sled, and Cody dropped to the bottom. And he was scheduled right before the Cummins Killer 3, but having some technical issues down there.
So right now, sitting at the top spot, recent high school graduate, Trip Hazley. As I mentioned, I was talking to his grandma, Patty, in West Salem, Ohio, and she said that, yeah, Trip's not here this weekend because he's graduating from high school. So what would that be? A nice graduation present, winning 10 grand. Driving Grandpa's truck, Van Hazley's truck, the Rock Hard Ram, to the win. That's where we're at right now, but we do have some unfinished business. If we can get the One Nation Dodge fired up, we'll have one hook left here in our super stock diesel trucks.
And Cody and Xander and Philip working feverishly to get that truck to the track.
Meanwhile, infield side, 95 limited pro stock, purebred red, Tyler Audette coming out onto the track, and officially Cody Lee is on the clock. Purebred red out of Vermont. As a reminder, the live streaming and or recording of IHRA Pro Pulling Series events and Fendt High Stakes Series events is strictly prohibited. Live events may not be broadcast, transmitted, reproduced, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the expressed written consent of the IHRA Pro Pulling Series. All right, here we go. Purebred red, Tyler Audette, Bridport, Vermont. Spins are in right there. We will have one competitor left on our 95 limited pros, and they tell us, unfortunately, from the staging line, that the One Nation Dodge out of Houston, Texas will not be able to get the gremlins worked out in time to make his pass. So the super stock diesel truck class is complete. Trip Hazley, the Rock Hard Ram, will be our $10,000 winner tonight. And the distance for Tyler Audette, 294.47, 294.47 for Tyler Audette. All right, super stock diesel trucks, 15 of them here tonight. Our top 10. 10th place will go to Brady Ingram with the Shy Diesel Dodge. Number 9. Terry Biggs, Deadpool from Noblesville, Indiana. Number 8, Kong. Xander Lee, Houston, Texas. Top Shelf, Nick Gillette will take the number 7 spot. Caretaker, Chase Eller, number 6. 5th place, American Pride, Keith Witt, Warrenton, Missouri, goes 3, 25, and 60. Number 4, the Smokin' Ya HD Chevrolet, Eric Stacy, 327.05. Cream of the crop, Justin Gearhart goes number 3 at 3:28.15. Cummins Killer number 2, Craig Dickey, he's our runner-up, 3:36.51. And our winner, a recent high school graduate, the Rock Hard Ram, Trip Hazley, Fairmount, Indiana, 340.77. Congratulations, Trip. $10,000 winner. All right, who's going to take home the $10,000 prize on our 9,500-pound limited pros? One tractor left. Right now, John Coots, he's already got one of those big checks. He took home a big check from West Salem, Ohio. The only thing that stands between him and another 10 grand is Jared DeBishery, the Hellraiser International Edition. Right now, John Coots has the leader pylon sitting at 297.95. Got a John Deere in the lead. Got an International backing into the sled. How many of you think the John Deere will be able to hang on to the lead and take home the win? Where's the John Deere fans at? How many of you think the red one? We saved the best for last. And the Hellraiser International Edition is going to take home the top spot. How about your red fans? He's rolling the chain tight green light on that X Factor Fendt sled. Let's go green one last time in our big St. Charles Motorsports 9,500-pound limited pro stocks from Vincennes, Indiana. The Hellraiser International Edition, Jared DeBishery. Wow, did we save the best for last? Did he get past the 297.95 mark? Red fans, you're going to like this one. 301.53. That's your winner. 301 feet, 0.53 as we look at the winning replay on our big screen on the infield and coming into your living room. Jared DeBishery, Vincennes, Indiana, the Hellraiser International Edition. 301.53. All right, we had 13 of them here tonight. Number 10 will go to Time for One More, Josh Dutton. Number 9, Purebred Red, Tyler Audette. Number 8, Moody, Justin Smith. 7th place, Killing Time, Dean Holicky. Number 6, Utter Obsession, Nick Audette. Now our top 5, Doug Ruth, the Ruthless Binder, goes 296.42. His wife, one spot ahead of him, D. Ruth, too ruthless, 297.39. Alex Hazard, the Red Express, number 3, 297.78. John Coots, our runner-up, the Diggin' Deer, goes 297.95, and our winner with the very last hook of the class. Save the best for last. The Hellraiser International Edition, Jared DeBishery, Vincennes, Indiana, 301 and 53. Congratulations, Jared.
All right, next up on our grandstand track, we're going to go to our Pro Stock tractors. 18 tractors here tonight in the Pro Stock division. We're going to start it off with the Tinker Toy, then the Industrial Force, Make It Happen, Injected Funds, the 8R, then Green with Envy, Glutton for Punishment, Lincoln Diesel Specialties, followed by Bulletproof Buck, Mac Daddy, Mac Nasty, Workhorse Pro, Spontaneous Combustion, Loud and Heavy, Bullwagon, New Generation Plus, and Bootlegger.
All right, we're going to start out with our Pro Stock tractors presented by Lemke Motorsports. Tinker Toy, 4-time points champion, 2018, 2020, and also the last 2 years, 2024 and 2025. Joey Harris doing the driving tonight. He, I guess you could say he swept the weekend in West Salem, Ohio. We got the entire show in on Friday night. Then we got, I believe, 13 of the 18 Pro Stocks in on Saturday night, and he was leading at the point at that time. Now, last night, the Tinker Toy went number 5. He will be our Hypermax test puller. The other half of the Masterson's pulling team, the River Rat, suffered some mechanical damage last night, so he will be a scratch for this evening. All right, let's go green. And that's how we start the class. We will see if we have the X Factor Optima sled set as is, and if so, if we're going to leave the sled setting as is, then Joey Harris can take that hook, drop to 6th, or drop to the bottom of the class, being the Hypermax test puller. 290.13 is the distance that we'll write in pencil, not in paint, not in ink. Good thing we wrote in pencil, because he's turning it down. Yeah, so it's not permanent.
Tripp, you were able to lay down just a super smooth pass tonight for the win.
Yeah, it was. Got to thank Fendt, High Stakes, and then PPL, Rule King, Summit Racing, ARP, Mac Trailers, Hot Shot Secret. Yeah, all those guys and all the fans for coming out. Big crowd here and a lot of good trucks. It was really nerve-wracking watching them all in the back. But yeah, we pulled it out. A smooth pass. I don't think we broke anything, so that's always good.
So you did mention that maybe this is part of like earning your keep. Is this a we must get on the podium to keep our spot, or Grandpa's going to take back over?
Well, maybe, you never know. And we haven't been on the podium yet this high stakes series, so hopefully I earned another night driving the truck. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll leave it up to that guy down there with the glasses and see what he says later, guys. Time to celebrate.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Woo!
Most of the question, what was going to be next, our super modified tractors or our mini rods? As you can see, we're going to go mini rod pulling. So we've got the big X Factor Fendt sled moved out of the way and brought out the mini rod sled. Cash Cow Brett Berg will be our first puller. Brett Berg from Farmington, Minnesota. Well, since Cash Cow and Tanner Nelson already made one pass, we're going to start out with the third tractor on our sheet, which will be Mike Evans. It's no joke. All right, they also tell us breaking news from the grandstand track. We're going to make a adjustment to the weight transfer device. So we're going to restart our Pro Stock sled. Pro Stock class, Jason Brown.
So for Craig Dickey out there, you thought that after you made this pass that it was terrible. What was the feeling inside the truck that lent you to that idea?
Well, we went out there. We knew Tripp was at 342 and 336, and the truck didn't feel like it grabbed the track very well. But obviously the track went away.
Well, so you didn't have any choice in this one to keep this one. And so I know that you're kind of battling back and forth between the two trucks, like trying to get one to stay consistent on top. You know, how is that frustrating, or are you just glad to be up here on the podium?
No, it's frustrating because, number 3 is my favorite truck. So number 2 is just kind of a test truck, but it's we finally got things together. We've been having a lot of troubles with it, getting it down the track. We changed the pump out today, and boy, it made a good pass tonight.
Yeah, I thought pulling trucks were like children. You're not supposed to have a favorite.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case here.
Congratulations on the big win, on the second place tonight.
No problem. We got to thank Mac Trailers, Summit Racing, ARP, Hot Shot Secrets, Full Throttle Energy, SCS Gearbox. I got to thank my whole crew, my father-in-law Chris, my wife Mariah, she's somewhere. She ditched me. And anyways, I got to thank our whole team, because it takes a whole team to get these things down the track.
Very true.
Mini class brought to you by SCS Gearbox. We know that many of our customers have specialized needs when it comes to their racing vehicles. With a strong understanding that no two racing vehicles are the same, we're willing to work with you and do our best to get you exactly what you need without fail. It doesn't matter if it is a replacement axle, transfer case, or a specialized gear set. We will do what we can to get you what you need. We are willing to take the extra steps and time to make this the best product you'll own and be proud to own. We accept any challenge you bring us to get the special product you need for your application. We work to make your ideas become reality. Contact us today at scsgearbox.com or 419-483-7278. Jason Round, the Industrial Force. Green lights on the sled, green flags on the track, ready to roll. New Hypermax test puller here in Farley, Iowa. From right here in Farley, Iowa.
Right there for Jason Rowan, and as we mentioned, we reset the sled for our Pro Stock, so he is our new option puller. We'll see if we have the X Factor sled set, and then Jason can take that hook, come back to 6th, or come back at the bottom.
We got to talk to Justin Gerhardt about changes. Are those what got you here on the podium tonight?
We like to think so. We had a lot closer track tonight than we thought we were going to get. The rain yesterday screwed it up a little bit. The crew worked really hard to even get yesterday's show in, but we thought we had a little something, and it turned out a little in our favor today. Not quite what we exactly wanted, but stacking with all the run order stuff, but still pretty decent.
Well, I think the biggest thing that you have to take away from this, though, is consistency, like in some of your placings, right? And trying to grow from that and keep that going.
Yeah, we've yo-yoed a little bit. The whole class kind of flipped from last night to tonight, but being back up here is good. We didn't do a whole lot different, but still similar passes. Everything worked out. If the Optima battery wouldn't have started it and the ARP bolts wouldn't have held it together, we had some Summit parts on there keeping it together. He even went to Royal King to get some parts for the trailer to get us here, so everything worked out well.
75 cubic inch blown engines.
There for Jeremy Smith, and as we mentioned, we reset the mini rod sled, so he is our Hypermax test puller. Jeremy Smith from Medina, Ohio, in the Firestorm. We had a distance of 318.19 on our Pro Stock side for Jason Rowan.
Coming up next on our grandstand side, a vehicle that got its first win last night right here. Brian Brian Long, the Make It Happen Fendt. From Williamsburg, Ohio. This tractor debuted at the National Farm Machinery Show in Louisville back in February and won the big check last night.
Okay, they tell us the Pro Stock sled is set, and Jason Rowan is going to exercise his option and drop to the bottom. So we do not have a official distance on our Pro Stock side. However, on our mini rod side, let's bring you up to date there. Firestorm Jeremy Smith was the first puller after we reset the mini rod, and he went 3:20.27, and he's going to keep that. So we're official on our infield side with the mini rods, 3:20 and 27 for the Firestorm mini rod out of Medina, Ohio for Jeremy Smith. And as Darren just mentioned, our Friday night winner from the 300 Raceway, Make It Happen. It's the Make It Happen Fendt, and he did make it happen last night. Brian Long, Williamsburg, Ohio. And when it made its debut in Freedom Hall back in February, the first pass down the track courtesy of R.J. Simon. R.J. Simon was doing the driving, and Brian Long has been doing the driving ever since. Beautiful machine, 10,000-pound Pro Stock.
Pulling fans, get ready to grow bold. Just like tonight's pullers, dig deep and drag every ounce of power down the track. Fendt pulls hard in the field. With a full line of equipment from planting and crop care to land prep and harvesting, Fendt helps farmers push further and perform stronger. Grow bold with the equipment built to pull like a champion.
All right, no official distance on our grandstand side on our Pro Stock tractors. Brian Long, Williamsburg, Ohio, Make It Happen. The sound of that tractor. Good strong run right there. He will be the mark to beat, being the first official hook in this class, and it'll be 319.48, the mark.
Sometimes guys don't want to be test puller, but for you guys tonight, it worked in your favor. What did you learn by watching the other tractors that went before you so that you could make some changes?
So when I went, I had to get on the brake pretty hard on the left, and I just didn't think that was what it was going to take to win it. We watched the other tractors. They wasn't picking their front end up that much, and I felt like I didn't either, so we moved some weight back, and I think it helped hook it up so we could get down there and get the win.
Yeah, very exciting for you guys, putting it on top of the box, taking home all the goodies here tonight.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. We are so thrilled. We are just happy to place top 5 in this division because there's so many tough people. I mean, it's just really good, really great.
Yeah, a lot of people I know have helped make this happen for you too.
Yes. First, I'd like to thank Kevin Engelking and Josh Miley and the Helpers crew. They keep our morale boosted up. And I'd also like to thank Fendt and IHRA, Real King and Mac Trailer Summit, ARP, Hot Shots, SCS, ApexTurbo, and Full Throttle Energy.
Yeah, we'll be moving that leader pylon quite a bit east. Strong run there for the Walk the Line mini rod from Adam Kester, Waitsville, Indiana. Needed to get past 320. He did that and more. How about 353 feet, .55? Yeah, that's right. 353 feet, .55. out of the tester. Brent Meyer, you're up next on our grandstand side with injected funds. First of 2 entries for Brent Meyer. We will see him with injected funds right now, and then a little bit later with the Lincoln Diesel Specialties. Brent comes to us from Red Granite, Wisconsin. We are in the midst of our Pro Stock tractors. We might have some mechanical issues with Brent Meyer. We might need to pass him by to keep the show moving and move to Jason Rowan. We will get official word from our staging area, but we want to keep our show moving along here on our mini rod side. Next up, we're going to be looking for Logan Stevens, the Wheatland Express Mini. You can visit the official website of the IHRA Pro Pulling League. You can go to propulling.com, and from there, go to our homepage, and there's a tab right there across that says live results. You can click on and follow the live results on your smartphone from right here at the event here tonight. Click on the events tab and scroll down, and you'll see the results. All the results from the events that have already completed. The results from last night are posted on there. And you can also see our schedule of all the events where we will be pulling at. That is propulling.com. Let me remind you that the official energy drink of the IHRA Pro Pulling League is Full Throttle. They are here tonight underneath the grandstand. Get yourself a sample of the original citrus or the apple flavored energy drinks. Full Throttle, the official energy drink of the IHRA Pro Pulling League. Hey, do you need a new loader tractor, a new utility loader tractor? You can win one for free from Rural King. The tractor is here tonight. It's underneath the grandstand. There is a QR code. Go up there with your smartphone, scan that QR code, and get yourself registered to win that tractor at the conclusion of all 5 of our Fendt High Stakes Series events. We will give that tractor to one lucky winner. Rural King is the official farm and home store of the IHRA Pro Pulling League. All right, just as we thought, Brent Meyer's still working on injected funds in the staging area, so we are going to bypass him and come in with Jason Round, a 8R. Jason Round from right here in Farley, Iowa.
John, we know that you're limited on some changes that you can make. Did you have any thoughts as you're sitting in the seat, going to the line, about making any last-minute changes before your run?
Kind of a last-minute gear change was kind of one of them. Otherwise, move a little weight back and kind of hope for a good pass.
I mean, is that something you would normally do, is say, you know what, we're here, let's just go ahead and bump this up or down and take a chance?
Well, we're at the high stakes, so we got to kind of go for it, don't we?
I mean, that is true. I mean, we have seen guys doing some more risky things than usual, and if that's the case for you, it definitely paid off.
We got to let it all hang out.
That's true. You do have a great, good-looking crew out here behind you to help you out with this.
Yeah, thanks. We got a big crew, so I got to thank a lot of people. Wally, Tripp, Jim, Robbie Lemke, everybody here, the Simons, everybody at Farley that helps put it on. IHRA, Fendt, Summit, ARP, SCS Gearbox, Apex, Hot Shots, and Mac Trailer.
Yeah, and the best part is that Natalie gets another check to put on the wall.
She does, so made her night.
You did.
Presented by Lemke Motorsports. Pylon, I think the Make It Happen Brian Lung Fendt will not be sweeping the weekend.
Yeah, that was a great run from Jason Brown.
And the new mark to beat is going to be 3:26 and 86, 3:26.86. Should be looking for the Wheatland Express Mini. Logan Stevens out of Lewisburg, Kansas. On our mini rod side, presented by SCS Gearbox.
CJ Hurd chassis, Brad Anderson engine on the Wheatland Express Mini Edition. Chassis from right here in Iowa.
Good run, had a little pop there at the end.
Hopefully it was just a burst panel or nothing serious, hopefully, but good run going.
Right there for Logan Stevens, the Wheatland Express Mini. He goes 3.23 and 94, 323 feet, .94. All right, Elijah Brown, green with envy. On the staging area for our Pro Stocks, presented by Lemke Motorsports. Elijah Brown out of Clay, Kentucky. Once again, the distance infield side, 3:23.94 for the Wheatland Express Mini. So far, three distances on our mini rod side. Walk the line, Adam Kester, 3:53.55. Number one, Wheatland Express Mini. Number two, 3:23.94, Logan Stevens. And then Jeremy Smith, the Firestorm, number three at 3:20 and 27. And we got two in the books. 8R Jason Rowan is the distance to beat at 3:26.86. Make It Happen, Brian Lung at 3:18.48 is number two. And right now, here we go. With the green with envy, John Deere out of Clay, Kentucky, Elijah Brown. Well, he's down there close to that leader pylon. Needed to go in excess of 3:26 and change. Brent Meyer, or excuse me, Jason Round, the 8R, has it sitting at 3:26.86. Right there, that was green with envy, Elijah Brown. New number two man at 3:20.73. 320 feet and 73 for Elijah Brown. Green with envy on our grandstand side. Infield side, you'll see the second entry from Adam Kester. You've already seen Walk the Line. He's leading the class with Walk the Line at 3:53 and 55. Here he comes in with Footloose. Comes to us from Wade east of Burden.
It looks like he's going to take that same line. He rode out to the lead with the walk the line. Footloose backing into pretty much the same tracks over here on the right-hand side of the track.
Was over here on the right-hand side. He ended up on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it was like a delayed cross-track. You know, he rode this right-hand side, and then at the end of the pass, he veered hard left.
Well, now he is sitting number 1 and number 2, 3, 1, and 71. Right there, and then all of a sudden, as you can see, he starts pulling him to the left as if he was inside Freedom Hall. The Freedom Hall track always pulls you to the left. Anyway, he goes 3:41 and 71, 3:41.71. So Adam Kester moves into number 2 spot with that hook. So he's sitting number 1 and number 2. He's leading the class with walk the line at 3:53.55, and now he's sitting number 2 with Footloose at 3:41 and 71. All right, Glutton for punishment. Matt Holland, St. Paul, Indiana, with the Case IH on our Pro Stock side. Jason Round continues to lead, 3:26.86 with the 8R. Love that paint job on there. It's very similar to the Workhorse Pro of Rob Russell's.
Yeah, that deeper, darker red it's beautiful.
He goes 320 feet, .69, 320.69.
Yeah, Elijah Brown went 320.73, and then Matt Holland just went 320.69. So Pro Stock stacking up there.
Stress relief, Todd Boltman, Zeeland, Michigan, on our SCS Gearbox mini rod side. We're on the infield track.
Yeah, Todd's been pulling a long time, pulling since 1990. Owner of TRB Machines, a lot of pulling parts for a lot of different classes, a lot of different competitors. Minor Brothers Racing engine in this tractor. Zeeland is just kind of southwest of Grand Rapids, about a half hour or so over on the west side of the state. Good run for Todd Boltman there. I think he's going to park that Mini in the top 3 at the moment. We'll wait and get an official distance, but good run for Todd Boltman.
Here's the new number 2 man. New number 2 man at 3:47. tractors. Adam Kester now number 1 and number 3. Walk the Line continues to lead at 3:53.55. New number 2 man, Stress Relief, Todd Boltman at 3:47.55. And Footloose Adam Kester is number 3 at 3:41.71. Pro stock side, 8R Jason Rowan continues to set the mark at 3:26.86 with the 8R. Elijah Brown currently number 2 at 3:20.73. And then Matt Holland, we just saw his pass to Glutton for Punishment. He's at 3:20.69. All right, this should be Lincoln Diesel Specialties. Brent Meyer out of Red Granite, Wisconsin. Brent Meyer, the Lincoln Diesel Specialties, John Deere, Red Granite, Wisconsin. Are we going to have another new leader? Brent Meyer in the Lincoln Diesel Specialties, Red Granite, Wisconsin. John Deere running strong right there on our grandstand side. Yes, we do have a new leader. 330.36, 330 feet.36. All right, Bobcat Jr., Jed Leishner out on the infield track. Jed Leishner, Weldon, Illinois. The Bobcat Jr. name was the points champion. I know this is a different chassis, different motor, whole different setup, but the Bobcat Jr. back in 2019 was our points champion and our mini rod side with Abby Leishner doing the driving back then. But tonight, Bobcat Jr. Jed Leishner behind the wheel from Weldon, Illinois.
So the Bohr family built this chassis over in the Netherlands. The Bohr family runs the Bobcat Jr. Mini over there, and then the Bobcat Modified over there as well. So they built the chassis on this tractor. Brad Anderson Hemi on it. And they work very closely with their colleagues here in the U.S.
He's trying to find himself a spot somewhere in that top 3. Jed Leishner, Weldon, Illinois. We will see Abby a little bit later in the class, his sister with the Dirt Slinger. Then, of course, we will see their father in the super modified class with the big Dirt Slinger, the 4-engine modified. And he goes 3:49 and 23, 3:49.23 to move him into the number 2 spot. 3:49 and 23 for Jed Leishner and the Bobcat Jr. All right, let's go down to the Lone Star State, Nordheim, Texas. The Bulletproof Buck, Clint Metting, Clint Menning in that John Deere 830. We'll see Clint Menning now, and a little bit later on in the class, we'll see his son Connor Menning. Pro Stock leader Brent Meyer, 330 and 36, the Lincoln Diesel Specialties John Deere. All right, let's see what the Bulletproof Buck can do. The John Deere 830 out of Nordheim, Texas, and Clint Menning. There he is very close to that right side chalk line. Probably be able to see that on the replay, how close that the back right tire came going out of bounds, but he did keep it in bounds. Mike Edscorn, our track official, is looking right down the line, kept the green flag displayed the entire time until that Optima X-Factor sled got him stopped. And he got him stopped at 307.22, 307 feet. 0.22 was where the X-Factor sled got him stopped at. So put him in the number 6 spot. So let's take a look at that replay. Takes off from the line and kind of immediately starts drifting over to the right just a little bit. Getting closer. I'd say he's probably about 6 inches from that chalk line. All right, Jeremy Nelson, Sidney, Illinois, the Little Hurricane, the Peter Norton tractor. Tractor comes to us from Franklin, Indiana. Jeremy Nelson doing the driving. All right, so we are more than likely going to pull Jeremy back to the line, let him start over again, or perhaps he might drop to the bottom of the class. But each competitor gets 2 opportunities to move that weight transfer device beyond the 100-foot mark. And Jeremy knew right from the get-go something wasn't right with that pass, so he got out of the throttle. He went 32 feet. So, but I don't think that distance is going to stick. So we'll either pull him back to the line or he might drop and come back at the bottom. All right, so they do tell us now that the injected funds had trouble in the staging area. He is ready to come back and make his pass. So the injected funds from Brent Meyer should be up next on our Pro Stock side.
Yes, I see the smoke running in the injected funds, so that's a good sign.
All right, and they do tell us that Jeremy Nelson and the Little Hurricane mini rod is going to drop and come back a little bit later in the class. So you can scratch that 32-foot distance there for the Little Hurricane. And as I mentioned, injected funds, Brent Meyer, Red Granite, Wisconsin, coming in. If you saw River Rat, Kevin Masterson, on your lineup sheet, he is officially a scratch. Suffered some engine damage last night on his Friday night run here at the 300 Raceway Nationals. So they will take the River Rat Pro Stock back to Grandview, Indiana, back to Masterson Farms, and hopefully have it ready to go better than ever when we make our next stop in Benson, North Carolina.
Yeah, that's July 10th and 11th in Benson, North Carolina at the Durana Dragway down there. Beautiful facility.
Brent Meyer already leading the class with his Lincoln Diesel Specialties. Here is Brent Meyer once again with injected funds on our Pro Stock Tractor class presented by Lemke Motorsports. would say that Brent Meyer is going to be sitting number 1 and number 2. I think he just knocked himself off that top spot.
I think so too. Brent Meyer came out with that tractor, the injected funds, about 3 or 4 years ago, and all he does is win with that thing. I mean, it is a great tractor and very, very successful.
Needed to go in excess of 330 feet. How about 339 and 91? 339 feet, .91. So he has extended that lead by 9 feet. So right now, Brent Meyer sitting number 1 and number 2 with Jason Round in the number 3 spot. Our top 3 distances. Injected funds, Brent Meyer, 339.91, sitting at number 1. Our current number 2 distance, Brent Meyer, the Lincoln Diesel Specialties, 330 and 36. And our current number 3 tractor, Jason Round, the John Deere 8R 326 and 86. That's on our grandstand side on our Pro Stock track. Over here on our infield side, mini rods. Walk the line. Adam Kester continues to lead, 353.55. Jed Leishner, Bobcat Jr., number 2 at 349 and 23. And then Todd Boltman, stress relief, is our current number 3 mini rod, 347 and 55. All right, we said to Bobcat Jr., Jed Leishner currently sitting number 2. Here is his younger sister, Abby Leishner. Abby from Archie, Missouri, and the Dirt Slinger. Abby was our 2019 points champion aboard the Bobcat Jr. We might be moving the leader pylon on our mini rod side. Needed to go past that 353 mark. Adam Kester had the pylon sitting at 353.55. .26, 363.26. New leader, Abby Leishner. Wow. We saw the big Dirt Slinger take home the 10,000 last night with her father, Bill Leishner. And now the little Dirt Slinger moves into the lead on our mini rod side at 363 and 26.
Yeah, it takes over the lead by 10 feet with that Brad Anderson powered Bohr chassis from Archie, Missouri, the Dirt Slinger.
All right, Mac Daddy, James Ray, Beloit, Ohio, the first of 2 entries from the Mac Trailer pulling team, Mac Daddy, and then we will see Mike Connie with Mac Nasty back-to-back here on our Pro Stock side, presented by Lemke Motorsports on our grandstand sled. Daddy, John Deere out of Beloit, Ohio, James Ray. We're going. go back to back with the Mack trailers, tractors, Mac Daddy and Mac Nasty. And the first one goes 3:27.42, 3:27.42. 3:27.42. Once again, the distance for James Ray and Mac Daddy, 3:27.42. All right, Jordan Nelson, Altamont, Illinois, the North American Trailer Mini Rod.
Modern machine chassis, sassy racing engine out front. Jordan Nelson. Chasing Abby Leichner's 363 and 26.
Shake him up at the top three. May not have taken over that top spot, but I believe he's going to shake things up in that running order up there. Jordan Nelson, of course, former points champion in 2022 when he was driving the Simon Mini Rod. Shake things up. Oh, yeah, shake things up he did. 3:64.27. All the way up to the number one spot. Jordan Nelson taking over that number one spot. The North American Trailer goes 3:64.27. So good run right there for Jordan. So as I mentioned, Jordan Nelson, former points champion in our mini rods back when he was pulling a Simon mini rod. I believe the mini rod that he's piloting tonight is a Brett Berg version. Pro stock side, we just saw Mac Daddy. Next, we're going to be looking for Mac Nasty, Mike Connie, from the Mac Trailer Sales from Beloit, Ohio. If you were here at the start of the show when we did our opening ceremonies, you would have seen R.J. Simon give a special presentation to Mike Connie for his involvement in our sport of tractor and truck pulling, and also for his awesome trailers. I know the Simon trucking operation here just east of us, I think R.J. said they have about 40 to 45 of the Mac trailers in their fleet.
Yeah, the Mac Trailers, Mike Connie started that in a one-bay garage and grew it to what you see today. Mac Trailers all over the country. I mean, you can't drive anywhere and not see Mac Trailers all over the road.
Yeah, and if you were not in Louisville at Freedom Hall for the Mid-America Truck Show in March, you missed a heck of a pull. We had a pull there at Freedom Hall, the Mac Trailer Winter Nationals, that was sponsored and put on there by Mike Connie. But if you did not watch it, you can still go and view the poll itself in its entirety on our YouTube channels. You can go to the YouTube channel for IHRA or the YouTube channel for Pro Pulling League. All 5 of our events on our Fendt High Stakes Series, all are being live streamed for free of charge. You can catch them not only on our YouTube channel, but also on propulling.tv. All right, getting back to pulling here, the pro stock side. Brent Meyer sitting number 1 and number 2. 339.91 injected funds is the mark to beat. Here comes Mac Nasty, Mike Connie, Beloit, Ohio. Are we going to have a new leader, Darren? Did Mike Connie with the Mac Nasty, did he just lay down a nasty pass right there?
He did. He cross-tracked it, started over here in the right center, ends up over in the left-hand sideline. He's challenging Brett Meyer for sure.
Well, he moves into the number 2 spot with a pass of 338.50, 338.50. So Mac Nasty, the new number 2 man, 338.50. All right, flashback over here on our mini rod site. If you remember a few tractors ago, the Little Hurricane, Jeremy Nelson, he took off and got to about 38 feet, 32 feet and shut her down. This is his second and final attempt. Jeremy Nelson, Sydney, Illinois. Yeah, each competitor gets 2 opportunities to move that weight transfer device past that 100-foot mark. And Jeremy burned his first one, got her shut down at 32 feet. So this is his second attempt. And he goes 337 and 81, 337 feet, .81. Which currently puts him into the number 7 spot, 337.81 for the Little Hurricane. The Peter Norton mini rod out of Franklin, Indiana, being piloted tonight by Jeremy Nelson. Next up on our Pro Stocks, we were looking for Kevin Masterson driving the Rob Russell Workhorse Pro. They are having some issues in the staging area, so we are going to drop them and go directly to Jeremy Smith. Spontaneous combustion, and as Darren mentioned earlier in the mini rod class, Jeremy Smith pulling on the infield track with a 2,050-pound mini rod. We saw him with the Firestorm mini rod, and now Jeremy Smith moving over to the 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractor with spontaneous combustion, the Cat Challenger out of Medina, Ohio.
Yeah, it goes from alcohol to diesel, and man, rough night for the Masterson team. They had to scratch the river rat, and now Kevin doing the driving on Workhorse Pro, and they're having to drop as well. So rough night for the Masterson team. We want to make sure we give a shout out to our local sponsors, 300 Raceway, Simon's Trucking, Senpico Lubricants, Raider Implement, Dave Schmidt, Bard Materials, Ament Repair, Concrete Concepts, Eastern Iowa Pumping, Silver Custom, Harris Golf Cars, Northwestern Mutual, Simon's Cattle, MG Electric, Crossroads Trailers, Kelco, Eastern Iowa Excavating, Germain Electric, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Rundy Auto Group, Tegler Towing, BJ's Truck Sales, ProFab, CJ Beeps, Pro Cattle, Lincoln Diesel Specialties, Mac Trailers, and Metal Supply Company.
All right, the Cat Challenger from Medina, Ohio, Jeremy Smith, spontaneous combustion. Out onto our grandstand track for our Pro Stock tractor class presented by Lemke Motorsports. He went number 10 last night. He will be followed by Loud and Heavy, Brandon Simon. might be moving that leader pile on one more time. The spontaneous combustion cat challenger out of Medina, Ohio, Jeremy Smith, needed to go in excess of 339 to take over that top spot from Brent Meyer. And that's exactly what he does. 342 feet, .71. 342 and 71. New leader. Let's take a look at that replay. Picture perfect pass.
Definitely followed a similar path that Mike Connie took into second place at the time at 338, and Jeremy Smith powers it out to 342 and 71 to take over the lead. Need to thank a few more of our local sponsors: Channel Seat Dealers, Bob Nyan and Travis Stelkin, Unzicker Equipment, Victory Ford, Demer Doodles, Delaney Auto, Ag and Ice Cream, Hollander Insurance, Heppel Portable Services, and Martin Equipment. Also want to give a special thanks to our Tough Luck sponsor, Chris Slemmy, and special thanks to Wickner Custom Pumping for the Manure Habits Award.
And that right there was the Kansas Twister, Logan Stevens, out of Lewisburg, Kansas. A little bit straighter pass than he had last night. Last night on his first hook, he made an abrupt right turn and then turned that hook down, and he came back and made an abrupt left turn. And tonight he goes 336.07, 336 feet, .07. That should bring in Brandon Simon on our Pro Stock side, Loud and Heavy from Farley, Iowa.
All right, top three over on the Pro Stock side: Spontaneous Combustion, Jeremy Smith in the lead at 342 and 7. Brent Meyer sitting number 2 with Injected Funds at 339 and 9. And Mike Connie in third with the Mac Nasty at 338 and 5.
As we talked about social media earlier in the evening, this is a good one to follow. Simon Says Motorsports, Simon SEZ Motorsports. Give him a follow on social media. A lot to follow between the Pro Stocks and the two-wheel drives and the semis.
And the mod.
And the mod. How can we forget the mod?
And if you want to get involved in any way in pulling, contact the Simon family. They have a lot of things that are for sale, but not on sale.
Current leader, Jeremy Smith, the Cat Challenger at 342 and 71. Here comes Loud and Heavy, Brandon Simon, Farley, Iowa. Right there for the Loud and Heavy John Deere from right here in Farley, Brandon Simon. He was our back-to-back points champion 2021 and 2022. 314.84 tonight, 314 feet, .84. 4 for the Wild and Heavy John Deere. All right, mini rod side, Bruce Law, Zeeland, Michigan. Show No Mercy. Bruce Law, our 2020 in the season points champion. Glad to see him back in a mini rod. Had to take a little bit of time off. Had a little snowmobile accident. Put him out of commission. He's back. Finished night number 1 of our Fendt High Stakes Series in West Salem, Ohio, with a number 3 place finish. We are in West Salem. Dad and son went 1 and 3 with Tyler taking the top spot. And Bruce taking number 3. Here we go. Show No Mercy. A new chassis for Bruce this year. If you're familiar with those Slaw chassis, they usually sit way up front on the frame, not to the front of the motor, but forward, I should say. 349 and 91 for Bruce. 349 and 91. Puts him into the number 4 spot. Adam Kester's up next, Beast of Burden, Wadesville, Indiana. Then we will see Tyler Slaw. And then we will go back up to the top of the class, Cash Cow, Brett Berg. And then half past midnight, Tanner Nelson. And then we will wrap up the class with It's No Joke, Mike Evans. So 5 hooks left in our mini rod tractors presented by SCS Gearbox. That's on the infield side. Moving right along here on our grandstand side, the Pro Stock tractors presented by Lemke Motorsports. We saw the John Deere 830, the bulletproof buck from Clint Medding earlier in the evening. Here comes the bull wagon, Connor Medding from Nordheim, Texas. Connor went number 3 last night. He had a podium finish, got to speak with Leslie. He would like to repeat that here this evening. Conley was doing the driving last night. Connor doing the driving tonight. So, yeah, Conley got to have the third place winner's interview with Leslie. So let's see if Connor can repeat that here this evening. The bull wagon, John Deere 6030 out of Nordheim, Texas. All right, here we go. Connor Medding from Nordheim, Texas in the bull wagon. there for Connor Metting from Nordheim, Texas in the Bull Wagon, John Deere 6030. .300, 21 feet, 0.98, 321.98. That'll move him into the number 7 spot, 321 and 98 for Connor Metting. So top 3 on the pro stock side remains Spontaneous Combustion, Jeremy Smith, number 1, 342.71. Brent Meyer, number 2, 339.91. And Mac Nasty, Mike Connie sitting number 3 at 338 and 50. All right, going back over on our SCS Gearbox mini rod side. Should be Adam Kester with his 3rd entry here, the Beast of Burden. He went number 2 last night. He was our runner-up, Wadesville, Indiana.
This entry as well, Modern Machine Chassis, Minor Brothers Racing Engine. And like I said, Adam builds Minor Brothers Racing Engine.
Oh, he's going to be close down there to that lead. Jordan Nelson, our current leader of the North American Trailer Mini Rod. Jordan Nelson is sitting at 364.27. What does the laser say for Adam Kester? Well, I'll tell you what it says. It says we got a new leader. That's what it says. 372.54. 372.54. Wow. So 372.54, the new mark to beat. But the next tractor up on our mini rod side, he's won 2 of the 3 events so far. Tyler Slaw, Have No Mercy. He was our winner at West Salem, Ohio on Friday night. He was our winner here last night. Meanwhile, over here on our pro stock side, presented by Lemke Motorsports. Speaking of Lemke Motorsports, how about Esden Lemke, Helenville, Wisconsin, New Generation Plus. He went number 9 last night.
.342 and 71. Jeremy Smith is the current leader.
All right, let's go green for the New Generation Plus John Deere out of Helenville, Wisconsin, Esden Lemke. All right, Esden Lemke, Helenville, Wisconsin. We'll be looking for Jason Savanovic, the bootlegger from Rockwood, Pennsylvania, next. 331 feet, 0.76. 331.76 for Esden Lemke. That'll put him right outside the top three. Put him in the number 4 spot, 331.76. All right, he's already won 2 of our $10,000 checks. We were talking about Tyler Slaw. He was our Friday night winner in West Salem, Ohio. He was our Friday night winner in Farley, Iowa. Can he sweep the weekend? He comes to us from Zeeland, Michigan. Father and son pulling team. We just saw his dad, Bruce Slaw, a little earlier with Show No Mercy. Here's Tyler with Have No Mercy. He actually got a $15,500 check last night for his win due to the Saturday night rainout in West Salem. Let's go green. Tyler Slaw. Well, he will not be sweeping the weekend. Going to be back a little ways from that leader pylon that Adam Kester just laid down. And he goes 348 feet, 0.69, 348.69. That puts him in the number 7 spot. So our top 3 remain unchanged. Beast of Bird in number 1, Adam Kester, 372.54. The North American Trailer, Jordan Nelson, sitting number 2 at 364.27. And Abby Leishner in the Dirt Slinger, number 3 at 363.26. All right, 2 mini rods left. Brett Berg, Cash Cow, Farmington, Minnesota. Actually, we should have 3 left. Half past midnight, Tanner Nelson, and then Mike Evans. It's no joke. So 3 mini rods left. And then we will go to our super modified tractors on our infield side. Grandstand side, our pro stock tractors. Jason Savanovic, bootlegger, Rockwood, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we have 4 left. So Jason Savanovic, then we'll go back up to Tinker Toy, Jason Round with Industrial Force, and then we'll see if Kevin Masterson in the Workhorse Pro can come back around.
At the conclusion of our pro stock class, we will go to our hot rod semis presented by Mac Trailer. 10 hot rod semis here on the grounds tonight. All right, Jason Savanovic, Rockwood, Pennsylvania. Here comes the bootlegger. All right, they tell us trackside from the staging area. Jason Savanovic having some issues there at the line, so he is going to drop. And we will get our next mini rod fired up on our infield track, and we should be seeing Joey Harris, Tinker Toy, Grandview, Indiana, as we get a pull-off tractor here on our grandstand side for the bootlegger. Should be Brett Berg coming in from Farmington, Minnesota, and the Cash Cow. Brett Berg, Tanner Nelson, and then Mike Evans will be our final three pullers for our mini rod tractors presented by SCS Gearbox.
Cash Cow, a sassy racing engine powering it up front, and a modern machine chassis. Other tractor currently sitting number 2. George Nelson doing the driving in the North American trailer entry.
Yeah, he's going to be back a little ways from that leader pylon. But he comes to us from Minnesota, the Farmington, Minnesota area. Brett Berg, Cash Cow. We will see Brett in the super modified tractor side also with the Rink Seed Moneymaker. 337.93, 337 feet, .93 for the Cash Cow. 337.93. Number 10 puts him in the number 10 spot. They tell us that in the midst of his run, his kill switch accidentally got tripped. So we're going to give him another opportunity. So he's going to drop to the bottom. So midnight. Tanner Nelson will be next. It's No Joke, Mike Evans, Johnson Creek, Wisconsin. And then we will give Brett Berg another opportunity. So there at the end of the run, the kill switch got triggered. So to make it fair, we're going to give him one more opportunity to make a pass. Going to let his motor cool down a little bit, and he will drop to the very bottom of the class. So Tanner Nelson, last night, or early this morning, the midnight, pulled at midnight. He pulled at 12:32 a.m. this morning. So Tanner Nelson, midnight, is due up next on our mini rod side.
I was just going to say he's 2 hours ahead of last night, Leroy.
Yeah, he is, yeah. And then the Tinker Toy, Joey Harris, due up over on our pro stock side. Joey Harris from Grandview, Indiana.
Not a lot of time for the Cash Cow to cool off. Only 2 vehicles, as you said, midnight. Tanner Nelson and then Mike Evans. It's No Joke.
Well, that's not the Tinker Toy. That looks like the Workhorse Pro, Kevin Masterson. So the other part of the Grandview Gangsters. So Kevin Masterson, of course, the normal piloting the River Rat. The River Rat suffered some engine damage last night. Unfortunately, will not be able to make a Saturday night pass. But Kevin Masterson doing the driving for Rob Russell this weekend. The tractor comes to us from Prescott, Iowa. Rob Russell's Workhorse Pro. And Kevin Masterson, the hired gun this weekend. He went number 4 on our Friday night show. Just missed podium finish. Had some issues in the staging area earlier in the class, so he elected to drop to the very bottom, or toward the bottom, I should say. All right, here we go with the Workhorse Pro out of Prescott, Iowa, being driven tonight by Kevin Masterson from Grandview, Indiana. That. Are we going to be moving that leader pylon? Strong run from the Workhorse Pro.
Yes, we are moving that leader pylon.
Kevin Masterson doing the driving for Rob Russell. 347 feet, 0.43. 73. There we go. 347 and 73. Taking the lead by about 5 feet. 3, 4, 7, and 73. Kevin Masterson driving the Rob Russell Workhorse Pro to the top spot. On the mini rod side, he's our defending points champion, Tanner Nelson. 17 years old, Sydney, Illinois. Half past midnight, part of the Midnight Motorsports polling team. We've seen his grandfather tonight, Dale Nelson. We've seen his dad, Jeremy Nelson. We've seen his uncles, Jordan Nelson and Jared Nelson, and his aunt, Bethany Nelson. So it's a family affair here in the pulling world. And Tanner, half past midnight. And Tanner goes 343 and 64, 343 feet, 0.64. We'll put him in the number 9 spot. All right, now we got the Tinker Toy coming in on our Pro Stock side. Joey Harris, he went number 5 last night. The Tinker Toy was winner night number 1 over in West Salem, Ohio. Took home the $10,000 check on the Friday night show. On the Saturday night show, we got 13 of the 18 in, and at the conclusion of that, before the rains started, Tinker Toy was leading our Saturday night show in West Salem, Ohio. Last night, went number 5 for session number 1 here at 300 Raceway. So I believe we have 3 left. Tinker Toy, Joey Harris, Jason Round, Industrial Force, and hopefully we'll be able to see Jason Savanovic in the bootlegger. Two-time defending points champion. He was our points champion in 2024 and 2025. Let's go green. The Tinker Toy, Joey Harris, Grandview, Indiana. Will not be taking over the top spot there tonight. We'll wind up just a little bit back of that leader pylon currently sitting, courtesy of Kevin Masterson, the Workhorse Pro, at 347. 325.74, 325 feet and 74 for Joey Harris, 325 and 74. Put him at number 9 spot. All right, Mike Evans. Mike Evans from Johnson's Creek, Wisconsin. It's no joke. He's backing in the sled on our mini rod side. 2 mini rods left. Mike Evans, it's no joke. And then we will give Brett Berg one more opportunity since the kill switch triggered there on the cash cow from Farmington, Minnesota.
This mini modified is turbocharged instead of supercharged like all the other minis in the class, so it's going to have a different sound to it.
Yeah, not going to be the night tonight for Mike Evans, and it's no joke. Johnson Creek, Wisconsin. .251 and an 82, 251.82 for It's No Joke. So we will have one final competitor left. Brett Berg, the cash cow from Farmington, Minnesota. Cash cow Brett Berg will be our final puller on our mini rod side, on our infield track, on our grandstand side. Pro stock tractors will be looking for Jason Rowan next, Farley, Iowa, as we see him coming in from the staging area. The John Deere 5020 called Industrial Force. And then we will wrap up the class. Jason Savanovic, the bootlegger, Rockwood, Pennsylvania. After our pro stocks on our grandstand side, we're going to go semi truck pulling. The hot rod semis presented by Mack Trailer. After the mini rod class on the infield side is completed, we are going to go to our super modified tractors. Making some noise in the arena. If you think the mini rods are making some noise with their one motor, wait till we strap 4 motors. 10,000 horsepower pounding the ground here at the 300 Raceway Nationals here in Farley, Iowa. Night number 2 of our Fendt High Stakes Series. Kevin Masterson continues to lead on our pro stocks presented by Lemke Motorsports. The Workhorse Pro tractor of Rob Russell sitting at 347 and 73. Jason rolls the chain tight. We got a green light on our sled. Green flag from our track officials. The John Deere 5020 Industrial Force from Farley, Iowa. Jason Rowan.
Tractor's still running, so that's a good initial sign.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna pull him right back to the line. Give him another opportunity. This will be his second and final attempt. Meanwhile, we are still cooling down the mini rod of Brett Berg. No need to start it up yet. For his official hook, he will be the final puller in our mini rod class for our SCS Gearbox mini rods. All right, let's try this one more time. For the Industrial Force John Deere 5020, Jason Round from right here in Farley. Yeah, better pass from that initial pass. He went number 2 last night. He was our runner-up last night. We'll finish back in the pack a little bit here on our Saturday night show. 3:28.17 is the Saturday night distance. 3:28 and 17. So that'll put him right now in the number 7 spot with one tractor to go. And we do have the final mini rod fired up. Brett Berg.
Yeah, it's still the right decision for Jason Round to come back. He went 10 feet farther than he did on his test pass.
All right, unfortunately, the distance for Brett Berg will be 3 feet, 0.49, 3.49 for Brett Berg. All right, our mini rod class presented by SCS Gearbox. 16 of them here tonight. Number 10 will be Footloose, Adam Kester. Number 9, Half Past Midnight, Tanner Nelson. Number 8, Stress Relief, Todd Boltman. Our number 7 tractor was our winner last night, Have No Mercy, Tyler Slaw. 6th place, the Bobcat Jr., Jed Leischner. Now our top 5. 5th place with a distance of 3:49.91. Show No Mercy, Bruce Slaw. Number 4, Walk the Line, Adam Kester, 3:53.55. Dirt Slinger, Abby Leischner, she goes number 3 tonight, 3:63.26. Jordan Nelson, our runner-up. The North American Trailer, 3:64.27. And Adam Kester, Beast of Burden, $10,000 winner, 372.54. Congratulations, Adam Kester. Big win tonight out of Wadesville, Indiana, on the Beast of Burden mini rods presented by SCS Gearbox. All right, one competitor left in our Pro Stock tractors presented by Lemke Motorsports. Jason Savanovic, Rockwood, Pennsylvania, and the bootlegger. And the mark to beat. If he wants to take home the $10,000 check, he's got to get past Kevin Masterson, the workhorse pro of Rob Russell. 3:47 and 73 is where the leader pylon's sitting. let's go green one final time in our Pro Stock side. Bootlegger, Jason Savanovic, Rockwood, Pennsylvania. Right there for the bootlegger out of the Keystone State, out of Rockwood, Pennsylvania, Jason Savanovic. Jason Savanovic goes 338.59, 338 feet, 0.59. So he will land right outside the top three. That'll put him in the number 4 spot. All right, our Lemke Motorsports Pro Stock tractors just concluded. We had 18 entered, 17 pulled tonight. Number 10 will go to the 8R John Deere Jason Round. Number 9, the Mac Daddy James Ray. Number 8, Industrial Force Jason Round. Number 7, Lincoln Diesel Specialties, Brent Meyer. 6th place, New Generation Plus, Esden Lemke. Now our top 5, Mac Nasty, Mike Connie goes 5th at 338.50. Jason Savanovic, the bootlegger, 338.59. Right there we saw him at number 4. 3rd place, Injected Funds, Brent Meyer, 339.91. Our runner-up, the Cat Challenger, Jeremy Smith, Spontaneous Combustion, 342.71. And our winner, Kevin Masterson, driving Rob Russell's Workhorse Pro, way out to a distance of 347.73. Congratulations, Kevin Masterson and Rob Russell, the Workhorse Pro, taking home the $10,000 check here tonight from 300 Raceway Nationals, night number 2 of our Fendt High Stakes Series. All right, we're going to go to the Hot Rod Semis on our grandstand side. Hot Rod Semis presented by Mack Trailers. And on the infield track, our super modified tractors. 10 super modified tractors, 10 Hot Rod Semis. That's what we have left here for our 2 final classes.
Mack Trailer Manufacturing of Alliance, Ohio is respected as the nation's foremost manufacturer of dump, flatbed, transfer trailers, and pneumatic tanks. Mack Trailer provides ongoing solutions through high-tech product innovation and advanced engineering capabilities. As a national leader in trailer manufacturing, Mack Trailer serves the industry with a trailer to meet the rigorous demands of your hauling requirements. Let Mack build you the trailer you need with the level of quality you deserve. Experience the excellence of Mack. For more information, please visit MackTrailer.com.
All right, here we go with our super modified tractors. Our first puller, our Hypermax test puller, Jeff Hurt. He went number 2, night number 1 in West Salem, Ohio. He went number 3 last night. The Running Bear full streak. Not a new tractor to the PPL circuit, but a new tractor to Jeff Hurt. Used to belong with the Boyd family out of Washington, Indiana. Now Jeff Hurt has added it to his stable. Of course, Jeff Hurt used to pull the super stocks, alcohol super stocks, also mini rods.
Started in diesel super stock, and then they converted it to run on alcohol, and then moved into the minis. Been successful in every class he's pulled in.
He will be our Hypermax test puller. We've got the mini rod sled moved out of the way and bring in the X Factor Fendt sled. All right. 29 feet and change, but I know we're going to do something different over there on the infield side. Hot Rod Semis presented by Mac Trailer, Maximus Prime number 2. You'll be our Hypermax test puller on this side. Dale Francis, he went number 3 last night. He was our 2017 points champion in our Hot Rod Semis. He comes to us from Mantua, Ohio. One of 2 Macs entered into class, Maximus Prime 2.
You know, you're making me use the Z word, consistent. And you know I don't like to use that, but it was tough out there for you guys. How were you able to put yourself on top of the box?
You know, watched it there the first when the Mini started out, and we just jumped over to the right side of the track, and I think we maybe showed people how to get down there, but the track definitely did get better for us there tonight. So the last tractor, we knew what we were going to do, and I'm glad we got it done.
So somebody told me that you actually don't watch other people run at all. So you didn't even watch the last one go down the track?
No, I'm like a ball of nerves, so I just kind of hang out by myself. A year ago here, I was first hook, and I laid down a pass, and I waited for the whole class to go, and this is like 25 competitors, and I couldn't watch any of them, so ended up winning it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a weirdo, I guess. So.
Well, I think whatever works for you, you should obviously keep doing, because it's putting you here on the podium with me. Congratulations.
Thank you. You know, I really want to thank everybody here at the Simons Pool. They worked their tails off this weekend to put on a great event. I want to thank everybody at IHRA, Pro Pulling League. They treat us so well here, and you know, it's not like that everywhere, and we just got to thank them for what they've done for us. I want to thank Fendt, High Stakes, Rule King, Mac Trailer, Hot Shot Secret, SCS, ARP, Summit, ApexTurbo, SCS. Thank you for sponsoring our class. And last but not least, Summit. But I really want to dedicate this win to my crew chief, Toby. He couldn't make it this weekend. His dad passed away, and he's at home watching us, so this one's for you, buddy. We love you.
Congrats. Let's celebrate.
Go scan that QR code. That utility loader tractor underneath the grandstand could be yours. $346 and $84, and Dale Francis says, you know what? That's good enough for me. So we're going to leave the decision maker sled set as is, and he is going to take that hook. So we are official over here on our grandstand side. So 346.84.
Yes, as you can see, we are making a change to our weight transfer machine on the modified side. So that means we will have a new Hypermax test puller.
Yeah, the jury next generation, Ron Bargy Jr. will be our test puller from Ansonia, Ohio. The Bargy's very involved with the Pro Pulling League on the insurance side of it.
We are proud to continue our many years of sponsorship with the IHRA Pro Pulling League. We look forward to the 2026 season and wish all the competitors good luck. We have a variety of different insurance options for all competitors and promoters, whether it be covering your assets in the field or in the shop. Premier Crop Insurance is here to help you plan for the future and protect your livelihood. AP1 Insurance will protect all your motorsports vehicles and more. We also offer auto for toters and semis and rain insurance for events. Contact us today at 877-452-3012. That's AP1 Insurance.
All right, coming in to the sled on our grandstand side, Mining Mayhem, Ken Measle, Almont, Michigan. Beautiful green Peterbilt. One distance in the books over here, the Maximus Prime 2, Dale Francis, he went 346 and 84 to set the mark to beat. And on our super modified side, on our infield track, took a weight out of the box, did a weight change, so we will restart the class. And jury next generation, the turbine powered modified out of Ansonia, Ohio, Ron Bargy Jr. will be our first puller on the infield track.
Yeah, Ken Measle owns and operates Ken Measle Supply. They're in the sand and gravel business about 30 miles north of Detroit, right on the M53 in Almont.
Peterbilt fans right there. Ken Measle, Almont, Michigan, the Mining Mayhem. .41 feet, .42, 341 and 42.
It looks like you had to kind of throw the kitchen sink at it tonight, Jordan. What did your team do that made a difference tonight?
I guess the couple years of experience, having a mini rod, being on difficult tracks to get down, and kind of having a big notebook of how to get down tricky tracks. I do enjoy these kind of tracks because it takes the driver to get down them.
Yeah, it really does kind of show what you're made for. It probably doesn't hurt that you got that guy over there that's done this for a while. That helps too.
100%. Without him, none of this. I'm not here. None of my family's here. Brett put this whole thing together. I got to thank Tammy Douglas. She's the one that owns the chassis. Brett put the motor in. It's his motor, and I'm just a monkey that gets to drive it.
Well, you were more than that tonight. You were a little superstar here, putting yourself in second place. But yeah, a lot of great people behind you that helped make it happen.
Absolutely. First and foremost, I got to thank Brett and Jeannie. Without them, none of this is possible. Tammy Douglas, back in Canada. This one is for Billy. He passed away last year. So definitely for this one, that was for him. I got to thank SRE, John Card, SSI Blowers, Chad Mayhill Tires. Brett does my cutting on the tires. Got to thank Fendt for coming on board. IHRA, this is a pretty cool deal, full throttle energy, and I got to thank Summit Racing Equipment.
And while we are waiting for the jury next generation, I think we have got our next semi-competitor fired up. RJ Simon, drivers wanted.
Swept the weekend over at Dragway 42 in Ohio, the first stop on the Fendt High Stakes Series. Semis were the only class to get both hooks in full.
They're telling us the jury has got some gremlins bothering it tonight, and I think it's going to be a scratch. I don't even think it's going to drop. Is that right, Melissa? it's done. So the jury, Next Generation, give it a nice tough luck round of applause as they leave the pulling area. We will see the other half of that pulling team with the judge, Next Generation, Derek Bargee, a little bit later in the class. So we are going to go over here on our grandstand side, the Mack Trailer Hot Rod Semis. And as Darren mentioned, R.J. Simon, the Friday night winner in West Salem, Ohio, the Saturday night winner. With number 4 last night, Drivers Wanted, from right here in Farley, Iowa. Got to be bouncing a little bit there about the 275, 300-foot mark. Going to end up a little bit beyond that leader pylon area. R.J. Simon from right here in Farley. The Drivers Wanted Peterbilt. 328.51, 328 feet, .51. So once again, the distance for R.J. Simon, 328.51. So three distances in the books for our semis. Maximus Prime 2. Dale Francis is our leader, 346.84. Mining Mayhem Ken Measle, number 2 at 341.42. And R.J. Simon, Drivers Wanted, 328.51.
Patience really seemed to be the key for you tonight in the workhorse, Kevin. You know, how hard was it to be that patient on the line?
Well, it really not. He's got a really good setup there. I got an excellent setup man here. It was a joy to drive it.
Question though, how is the clutch doing after all of that work that you did to work it out of the hole to get that good hole shot?
Pretty sure it's smoked.
Is that a problem, Rob?
No, we got to do it at home weight. He did what he, we set it up. I said, you got to be smooth. And basically, I'm going to tell you one thing. He drove like Brad Moss from 2015, cleat for cleat, and set it.
Well, how about that? Now are we taking this as a compliment, sir?
You're damn right.
Congratulations to you and your team. Great work tonight for the workhorse.
Thank you very much. I'd sure like to thank the Fendt High Stakes Series, IHRA, Rule King, Fendt, Summit, ARP, SCS, ApexTurbo, Hot Shot Secret, and Mack Trailer. And I'd also like to give a big shout out to Weimer Weimer Performance and also Riverside Engines, Keith and Phil. They keep us all going real good. And
I got to shout out
Chad
to my family.
Mayo.
Yeah, Chad Mayo. Chad Mayo did a cut on the tires last week when he didn't have time for me. Shout out to Chad. But I got to thank my grandkids and my family at home for letting me come.
Yeah, lots of exciting things. I think full throttles for all the small ones in the front tonight, too.
They're sleeping with you.
6. And we're going to see if we're going to leave the sled set as is and if he's going to take that hook. 333 feet, .16. They tell us he lost another blower belt. Meanwhile, semi-side Limitless, Monty Craig Mile, Owenton, Kentucky, Peterbilt. Backed into the decision maker sled. Bill Leichner, you're due up next on the modified side with the Dirt Slinger. He was our Friday night winner here. Let's go green on our semi side. Monty Craig Mile, Owenton, Kentucky, to Peterbilt called Limitless. All right, they tell us on the infield side he's going to keep that hook. So on the super modified tractors, Brandon Simon goes 333.16, 333 feet, 0.16. And over here on our grandstand side, we just saw Monty Craig Mile. And he goes 331.54, 331 feet, 0.54 for the Limitless Peterbilt out of Owenton, Kentucky. Let's take a look at that replay. Peterbilt will be coming right at you on our big screen in the infield and also into your living rooms. That 331.54 distance will currently put him into the number 3 spot on our Mack Trailer Hot Rod Semis.
7 Peterbilts in our class here tonight, and they're all pulling in a row. We started with a Mack, then we're going 7 Peterbilts, then a Kenworth, and then the final Mack.
Next up, we're going to be looking on our infield side, the super modified tractors for the Dirt Slinger. 8-time national champion with the Pro Pulling League. Of course, we're talking about Bill Leishner from Weldon, Illinois. Champion in 06, 07.
So, Jeremy, I saw you out there before we even started tonight, poking the track, trying to get a read on it, looking around. How much did keeping a watchful eye on that track help you with your setup tonight?
Well, that was the key. You know, we looked at that. We knew the track was going to be a little bit tricky. We were pulling on the mini side at the same time, so we were trying to watch both tracks at the same time. Made some adjustments, and we just kind of knew we would need to walk it out and try to drive that out of the hole, and it worked out for us.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt either. All your state championships and all your experience in pulling, you know, that really pays off when you've got a track that's maybe not the same situation that you're used to in a place like this.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we go back on a lot of the history that we have and the different tracks that we see, and we went back through a lot of notes, and it helped me here at Farley last year, and we went back to some state level notes that we looked at, and took that out of there, and it worked out for us.
Yeah, great night. Taking home the second place check's got to feel good.
It does. We're super excited. Glad to be part of this series. Can't thank the Fendt, Mack Trailer, ARP, Hot Shots, everybody that puts this on. IHRA, it's great. I'd like to thank everybody back home. Cyclone Diesel Performance, the guys at the shop, Levi, Robbie, and everybody back at work. Working, you know, we're out here. They're back taking care of things. I want to thank my crew, Cookie, Justin, made the trip out here. We're excited for this year.
Chassis.
Lonnie Saylor coming out onto the track on our grandstand side. Holy smokes, Lonnie Saylor, Needle Nose Peterbilt. He was our runner-up last night on our Friday night show.
Yeah, had a really, really good run last night.
One distance in the books on our super modified tractor side. That would be Simon Says, Brandon Simon. He went 3:33.16. All right, let's go green. The Dirt Slinger, Bill Leishner, Weldon, Illinois. It will not be a weekend sweep. He goes 324.60, and here comes Lonnie Saylor. Holy smokes. Right there, that's the Needle Nose Peterbilt out of Minnesota. Lonnie Saylor, holy smokes, and Bill Leishner. Dirt Slinger went 324.60. 324.60, so we will not have a weekend sweep in our super modified tractors. And Lonnie Saylor goes 338 feet, .10, 338 and 10 on our hot rod semi side. 338.10.
Pulls into the number 3 spot with a cat-powered Peterbilt.
Well, we saw Ken Measle, Mining Mayhem, earlier in the class. We're going to be looking for Matt Measle next. Matt Measle, Mining for Dollars, also from Almont, Michigan. That's on our semi side. Infield side, super modified tractors. We had a jury. Next Generation had some mechanical issues and had to scratch this evening. So the judge, Next Generation, Derek Bargee, will be up next on our infield side. And our running order for our modified tractors. As you can see, Running Bear, Full Streak, Jury, Next Generation, Simon Says, Brandon Simon, Dirt Slinger, Bill Leishner. The judge, Next Generation, Derek Bargee, Ricky Long, Bully, Dylan Owens with Thorn, Brett Berg, the Rink Seed Moneymaker, Steve Bunnage takes a licking, and Tom Owens, the Ramblin' Rose. That will be the order of hooks for our super modified tractors. Jeff Hurt, we already saw him. He is going to drop to the bottom of the class as we reset the sled. And then Ron Bargee Jr., of course, had the issues. He had to scratch. Hopefully we see him back in Benson, North Carolina at our next event. And Simon Says, Brandon Simon, he was our next puller, 333.16. That's where the lead currently sits. And Bill Leishner went 324.60. All right, so the other half of the judge and jury polling team. Here comes the judge, Next Generation, Derek Bargee, Ansonia, Ohio. Bargee's, of course, involved with the AP1 insurance. Insure your pulling tractor, insure your toter. Provide rain insurance for your event. They also have the crop insurance, I believe, with Premier Crop Insurance. And Derek is also a basketball coach there at Ansonia High School. Another turbine-powered tractor. Meanwhile, over here on our grandstand side, the next truck we're going to be looking for, Matt Measle, Mining for Dollars, Almont, Michigan. Another Peterbilt. Let's go green infield side. The judge, Next Generation, Derek Bargee, Ansonia, Ohio. there for the turbine-powered the Judge Next Generation, Derek Bargy. He may have got by Brandon Simon right there with the Simon Says. Simon Says currently sitting at the lead at 333.16. 344 even. 344.10. That's going to be the new mark to beat. As we look at the replay, takes off on that start line, slides over to the right-hand side just a little bit closer to that chalk line. These are straightened out. And the X-Factor Fendt sled gets them stopped at 344 feet to set the new mark to beat on our infield track. Grandstand track. The Mack Trailer Hot Rod Semis, Matt Measle, Almont, Michigan, mining for dollars.
Cat-powered Peterbilt over here. Now, these guys don't just pull on the Fendt High Stakes Series. They have other semis that they pull close to home. The Thumb Tractor Pullers, they have a regular stock semi that they pull there, and then an improved one with a 4.1 Weimer turbo in it. So these guys love pulling.
Same thing happened to him. Gets past that 250, 275 foot mark. Getting a little bounce in it right there for the mining for dollars Matt Measle, Almont, Michigan. 306.15 will be his distance for our Saturday night show. 306 and 15 for Matt Measle, mining for dollars. Chris Wood, Class Act. You're up next on our Mack Trailer side. Over on our modified side, looking for Ricky Long in Bully. He was our winner at Dragway 42 in Ohio, night number 1. He was our runner-up last night to the Dirt Slinger. Ricky Long, Glasgow, Kentucky. We saw his brother Keith Long in our two-wheel drive truck class with Bullseye earlier this evening.
Yeah, their brother Eddie, the other part of the team, all three brothers really enjoy pulling and do it as a family. Great thing to see. This tractor has a modern machine chassis, Minor Brothers racing engines. Derek Bargy, the Judge Next Generation, sitting up top, the turbine-powered 3 T55 Lycoming turbines. Powered and mounts to the lead at 344 even.
Ricky Long, two-time points champion with the IHRA Pro Pulling League Series 2020 and also 2022. Right there for Ricky Long and the Bully from Glasgow, Kentucky. 297 and 77.
I think one of the hardest parts of pulling is that when you go, that's the shot that you get. And if you take the lead, you have to be satisfied that. But it's hard to kind of watch guys drive around you, right, Brent?
Yeah, we had to do what we had to do. It was the best position we had at the time. It would have been nicer to have a little bit later draw in the class, but we did take the lead for about a half a dozen tractors. Guys ended up kind of watching how to drive the tractor, and it probably ended up helping them a lot. And a little bit of later hook did help as well.
Yeah, and so, for you got to be tickled that, like, you gave it your best shot, you held on, you did the thing, you had a great setup for the track tonight.
Yeah, we couldn't take and be happier with our finish. Got to take and thank Rural King, Fendt, Full Throttle Energy, Simons for putting this pole on. It's a great facility. They've worked their tail off all week with some rain. Yesterday or whatever, we were here pulling until 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's really, really good. Got to thank Weimer Fuel and Air, Chad Mayhill. I'm trying to think. My big one I got to thank is Jim Brisky. He's really stepped up or whatever, and he's making these tractors run. I don't have the time, and he's definitely taken care of it for me. My brother here, nephews that are here, Jeremy and his wife, Lauren back at home. She's holding the fort down when we're here or whatever. And Simons, for helping. We're a team or whatever, and couldn't take and do without them. So it's great. It's my dad's birthday today, so shout out to him. He's going through some rough times right now, but this is for Dad.
Happy birthday, Dad. It's for you.
Peterbilt spins are in right there. $312.24. 312 and 24 for the Class Act Peterbilt. Chris Wood from Shreve, Ohio. Super modified side, infield side. Next up, we're going to be looking for Dylan Owens from Montgomery, New York, and Thorne. We'll see Dylan now, and then we'll see Tommy Owens with the Ramblin' Rose a little bit later.
To be the leader. You had a phenomenal pass out there. Talk about what led to that moment where you were able to really kind of show everybody what was out there tonight.
Yeah, I'm glad I could show the boys how to get it done. The guys made a few changes today, and I just got to sit in the seat, so thank goodness the changes worked.
Yeah, and I mean, this is good for you guys. You said, you've been a little bit of a struggle here with the mini rod, but this is a big confidence boost.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we all needed this. Dad's been doing great, which is great, but the two mini rods have been struggling. We've barely been making the top half, so I'm tickled to death to be third right now.
Yeah, congratulations to you and your team. I know a lot of people make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody behind me, my dad, my brothers, Matthew, thanks to Elite Construction for our mini rod, Fendt, the Simon family for putting on this awesome first class pull, Mac Trailers, Full Throttle Energy, SCS, John and Christy, everybody that helps put this on. We're just excited to be part of the high stakes series.
Yeah, a little celebration tonight, a little lift the spirits, right? That's what it's all about.
I think we need that.
That might find him a spot somewhere in the top three. Dylan Owens and the Thorne modified out of Montgomery, New York. 333 and 20, 333 feet, .20. So yeah, that'll move him into the number 2 spot. 333 and 20. So Derek Bargee continues to lead with the Judge Next Generation at 344 even. New number 2 man is Dylan Owens, 333.20. And that'll move Brandon Simon. Simon says to the number 3 spot at 3.33 and 1.6. All right, back over. On our grandstand side, the Mack Trailers Super Semis, Hot Rod Semis, Spencer Rook. He was our Friday night winner here at 300 Raceway for night number 1. Spencer Rook in the Hillbilly Deluxe out of Jeromesville, Ohio.
3406C Cat, single Weimar turbo on this one too. Defending points champion in this Hot Rod Semi class from Jeromesville, Ohio.
Maximus Prime 2, Dale Francis. He's got the leading distance right now at 3:46 and 84. That's the mark Spencer Rook is shooting for. The Hillbilly Deluxe Peterbilt out of Jeromesville, Ohio.
The final of 7 Peterbilts in the class.
I don't think a Peterbilt's going to take the win tonight.
No, it doesn't look like it. So we have a Kenworth and a Mack still sitting out there, and a Mack up on top of our leaderboard.
.325 feet, 0.98 for Spencer Rook. 3.25 and 98. So Eagles number 1 last night. Tonight it's currently sitting in the number 6 spot. All right, the rink seed moneymaker, Brett Berg. We saw him earlier in our mini rod class. Brett Berg comes to us from Farmington, Minnesota. Brett Berg, rink seed moneymaker. Then we'll see Steve Bunnage takes a licking. Tom Owens, the Ramblin' Rose. And then we'll wrap up the class with Jeff Hurt, Running Bear full streak. That's our order, pulling on our super modified tractors over on the infield side. All right, the Judge Next Generation continues to lead, 344 even. Brett Berg, the rink seed moneymaker, Farmington, Minnesota. Let's go green. He's going to end up short of that leader pylon as well. 2 semis left over here on our grandstand side. Playing with fire, Ryan DeBrew, New Franken, Wisconsin, and then Maximus Prime, Joe Bonner. 3:32.11 on the infield side. 3:32.11. 3:32.11 for the rink seed moneymaker. Puts him in the number 4 spot. So 3 super modified tractors left, 2 semis left. on our Saturday night show here at the 300 Raceway Nationals. Playing with Fire, Ryan DeBrew. Sponsored by Bennett Transportation, driveforbennett.com. Also, Cat Reman. Ryan is the fire chief up in New Franken, Wisconsin. The only Kenworth in the class here tonight, playing with fire. He was our points champion both in 2018 and 2023. Let's see what he can do tonight. The Kenworth playing with fire. Ryan DeBrew, New Franken, Wisconsin. He moved over onto the left-hand side to try to get out of that area where the other truck's been getting the hops, if you want to call it that. .73, 331 feet, .73, which will move him into the number 4 spot. 3-3-1 and 7-3 as we look at our overhead drone shot on the replay. You can see that he moves over there close to that left-hand chalk line. And the decision maker gets him stopped at 3-3-1.73. So Maximus Prime 2. Dale Francis continues to lead with the only truck left, Maximus Prime, Joe Bonner. We do know a Mac's going to win.
Yes, we do. That's what I was just going to say. We know a Mac's going to win.
And we do know a Maximus Prime truck is going to win, too. But is it going to be Maximus Prime 1 or 2?
That's what we're about to find out.
All right, back over on the infield side. Takes a licking, Steve Bunnage. Golden Gate, Illinois. Second generation puller. Of course, his father, Niall Bunnage, longtime puller. Niall Bunnage takes a licking and keeps on ticking. He is the only puller, Niall Bunnage was, to pull a 8-engine modified inside Freedom Hall. Steve comes to us from Golden Gate, Illinois.
And if you take a look at the front of the Takes a Lickin' tractor, you can see a picture of Niall Bunnage's 8-engine. They were Chrysler 440s, if I recall correctly.
Still have that turbine-powered Judge Next Generation sitting out on top of our modified class. Derek Bargee, Ansonia, Ohio, 344 even. Our current leading distance on the infield track. All right, rolls the chain tight. Let's go green. Takes a licking, Steve Bunnage, Golden Gate, Illinois. He's down there close to that leader pylon. He's going to be challenging the Judge Next Generation for that top spot. Needed to go past the 344 mark.
That was a good hook for Steve Bunnage.
Yeah, it was so good. It took him to the lead. 351.69. New leader. 351 feet, .69. Straight pass right there, right smack dab down the middle of the track in between those chalk lines. All the way down to 351 feet, .69. With 2 modifieds left. We got 1 semi left, 2 modifieds left. Final semi. Maximus Prime, Joe Bonner, Mantua, Ohio. Which Mac is going to be the winner? Is it going to be Maximus Prime 2? Is it going to be Maximus Prime?
Needs to go farther than 346 and 84 to take the win.
Well, I know the Mack trucks, I think they're going to go 1 and 2. Which one's going to be 1? Which one's going to be 2? Dale Francis currently leading the Maximus Prime 2 at 346 and 84. Let's see what the laser says for Joe Bonner. Three, 4, 6, and 68. Both Maximus Prime trucks in that 346 area. So Maximus Prime 2, Dale Francis, he's your winner at 346.84. And the runner-up, Joe Bonner, Maximus Prime 346 and 68. So we will have your rundown for our Mack trailer hot rod semis.
That is amazing that two teammates can pull at the start of the class, the end of the class, and be that close.
All right, here we go.
How consistent this track was here tonight.
10th place, Mining for Dollars, Matt Measle. Number 9, Class Act, Chris Wood. Number 8, Spencer Rook, Hillbilly Deluxe. Our number 7 truck, Drivers Wanted, R.J. Simon. Number 6, Monty Craig Mile of Limitless. Now our top 5, Playing with Fire, Ryan DeBrew goes 351.73. Number 4, Holy Smokes, Lonnie Saylor, 338.10. Mining Mayhem, our number 3 truck, 341.42. Ken Measle. Maximus Prime, Joe Bonner, our runner-up, 346.68. And Maximus Prime 2, Dale Francis, our winner, 346.84. Congratulations, Maximus Prime 2, Dale Francis, our $10,000 winner here at the 300 Raceway Nationals in Farley, Iowa. All right, we got 2 left. Over on our infield side, the Ramblin' Rose, Tom Owens. All right, Tom Owens right there out of Montgomery, New York, and the Ramblin' Rose. His distance is 3:16 and 20, 3:16.20, which will bring us to our final puller of the night, final puller of the weekend, which will be Jeff Hurt, Running Bear Full Streak from Port Clinton, Ohio. Before we get to the final full puller, folks, I want to thank everybody for coming out, both last night, braving the weather last night, and also coming back tonight for a beautiful night of tractor pulling and truck pulling here at 300 Raceway. Thanks to everybody at the Simon Group, Simon Cattle Company, Simon Trucking, the 300 Raceway, the Milestone Event Center. First class operation here. This event here has been named in the past the PPL Event of the Year, and you can see why. First class operation all the way around. So we thank the Simon family for having us here, the IHRA Pro Pulling Series and the Fendt High Stakes Series. One competitor left. We'll be looking for Jeff Hurt, Running Bear Full Streak, Port Clinton, Ohio. Right now we got Takes a Lick and Steve Bunnage sitting number 1 at 351 and 69. You can watch the full replay on our YouTube channels, on ProPulling.tv, and don't forget to join us on our live stream here in July as we move our Fendt High Stakes Series show to Benson, North Carolina. Running Bear full streak. He went number 2, night number 1 over in West Salem, Ohio. He went number 3 last night here at Farley, Iowa at 300 Raceway. He would like to continue with his podium finishes. He will be our final puller of the class, final puller of the evening, and final puller of the weekend. Here we go, Running Bear full streak. Jeff Hurt, Port Clinton, Ohio. And Steve Bunnage just let out a big exhale, a sigh of relief, because he knows that the Takes a Lickin' is going to go home with a $10,000 check back home to Golden Gate, Illinois. .323 feet, .87 for Running Bear full streak. Jeff Hurt, 323.87. All right, 10 of them here this evening. Number 10 will go to the Jury Next Generation, had troubles at the line. Number 9 will go to Bully, Ricky Long, Glasgow, Kentucky. Number 8, Ramblin' Rose, Tom Owens. 7th place, Running Bear full streak, Jeff Hurt. Number 6 will be our Friday night winner. He goes number 6 on Saturday, the Dirt Slinger, Bill Leishner. Now our top 5, the Rink Seed Moneymaker, Brett Berg goes 5th at 332.11. Number 4, Simon Says, Brandon Simon, 333.16. The Thorn, Dylan Owens, number 3 at 333.20. Our runner-up, Derek Bargy, the Turbine Power, the Judge, Next Generation goes 344 even. And our winner, the $10,000 winner, Takes a Lickin', Steve Bunnage, Golden Gate, Illinois. Well, that'll be a wrap on our coverage. Darren, what a fantastic weekend when Mother Nature did not cooperate with us last night, but we did get the full show in. You know, we started at 9:51 and ended like at 3:10 in the morning. But picture perfect weather tonight, and appreciate the crowd coming out last night and tonight.
Yeah, it was a great weekend here at 300 Raceway. Thanks to everyone involved for having us here and putting on this great event and working so hard to make it such a success.
All right, safe travels home, everybody, and we will catch you for the next event on our Fendt High Stakes Series, middle of July in Benson, North Carolina. Have a good evening and drive home safely.
You know, Steve, it was such a long pass, and it was like you were kind of shot out of a bolt of lightning to make it to that top end.
Oh, it was. I mean, track was tricky, and you just had to figure it out. And I was lucky I wasn't early in the class, but, man, when it hooked, it took off like a rocket.
So how good does that feel, though? Because you've kind of been searching for this, and you've been working hard to get here.
Yeah, built a new tractor in 23 and broke my arm about 3 passes later. Out for a whole year. Been working with new motors with Sassy, with the SRE motors, and small steps, trying to make sure we don't lean them out. And last year was getting close, and this year we're getting really close.
Yeah, it's always about that next level that you want to take it to.
That's right.
And you guys are on your way. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. I want to thank everybody, IHRA, Fendt Series, Pro Pulling League, Rural King, Mac Trailers, ARP, Hot Shot Secret, especially Hot Shot Secret. They're my sponsor. I use their oil. They're awesome. Summit, they're helping me all the time. Full Throttle, I guess it's I almost had some of that in the tank tonight, man. Got hit with Full Throttle all the way down the track. Everybody, you know, Decal, my wife, Rick, that takes off with me. Can't do it. Everybody at home watching on TV. It's awesome.
Yeah, you guys have a lot to celebrate tonight.
Oh, man.
Let's give us a little cheer here.
Woo!
Awesome. Thanks, you guys. Okay. Well, how about this? Double checks on the podium here for the Bonner pulling team tonight. Dale, we'll start with you. You know, you've been seeking this. You know, you've seen me a couple times here on the podium, but you just haven't been satisfied with your effort. Are you finally going to say that you're satisfied with your effort tonight?
Well, I learned how to drive a little better tonight. I said I was going to run it harder tonight and see what I could do. I went first. I wasn't sure how that was going to work out, but it did. Track worked good. Everything went good. Got the check, and thank Bonner, Dick Bonner. Thank Simons for putting this on, Mac Trailer, and all the other sponsors and the fans, and our wives for being with us, and my grandson, my son. All good.
Yeah, family effort here all around, and I'm gonna pop down here to you, Joe, tonight. You know, Dale's kind of been taking a little bit better path down the track there for you, but tonight you really got it done. That's got to feel satisfying.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great pass. The track held together just right at the end there, and I mean, there's nothing better than 1 and 2 with both the trucks.
Yeah, and Dick, I'm going to make you talk too, just because you're not driving anymore. You did this for years. How satisfying is it to see your team do this, but to also see your son kind of following in your footsteps and picking up these podiums?
Well, it's great. It's 1 and 2. It can't get any better, especially here at the high stakes. And what a great place the Simon boys put this on, and it just should be Bowling Green West without the alcohol, you know. But anyway.
We'll do that. You guys have a ton to celebrate, lots to be proud of with your team tonight. Congratulations, guys. Give me a little, yeah.